It started with a series of isolated events. There was a warehouse fire in Stepney. 2 workmen were severely injured, and 1 fireman was killed. There was an explosion followed by fire. When it was over, there was only enough left to determine that it was no accident. Nor was what had happened to the man whose body was found in a nearby street. He had been stabbed 4 times. A link connected him with the fire. A pedestrian told the police he thought he'd seen the man running desperately as though for his life. He couldn't be sure. The fire swept the building so furiously in the confusion that followed. So many people were running. He wouldn't have noticed the man at all if it hadn't been for one thing. He was running away from the fire. The case was turned over to Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. And from that point, it was to involve Sherlock Holmes and myself in one of the most frightening situations of our lives.
Nothing at all?
Nothing, sir.
No laundry marks, no papers of any kind?
There had been laundry marks, but they'd been cut out, sir. And there was nothing at all in his pockets.
What about this mud in his boots?
Oh, the laboratory have been working on that since last night, sir, but they can't break it down.
You mean they can't break it down? Laboratory? What's the use of having a new laboratory if they can't do a simple analysis?
That's just what I say, sir.
It's ridiculous. How do they expect me to solve a murder if I can't get any cooperation in my own department?
That's just what I say, sir.
No cooperation. I've got to do everything myself around here.
Sir, supposing we get back a sample from the laboratory and go over with it?
Oh, I suppose we'll have to.
It might be faster that way, sir, if I might say so.
I expect you're right. Look, pick up a sample from the laboratory and meet me downstairs. I'll have my carriage waiting there.
Yes, very good, sir.
Wilkins.
Yes, sir.
You said something about going over. Going over where?
Going over to Sherlock Holmes and asking him to analyze that mud for us, sir.
How did you know what I was thinking? I didn't mention his name.
Didn't you, sir?
Well, did I?
I don't remember, sir.
Maybe I did.
I suppose you must have done.
Well, I suppose I must. All right, I'll see you downstairs.
Very good, sir.
Fingerprints. Laboratories. Gun prints. The way things are going around here, we'll need to start a Sherlock Holmes department.
What are you doing? That's invasion of privacy. Peeping Tom, disgraceful.
Invasion of whose privacy?
Well, I don't know, whoever you're spying on.
Well, I'm spying on my own privacy.
Now, what does that mean?
I was looking into a room across the street.
Well, now I saw you.
Well, it so happens that I've rented that room this morning for a week.
Well, you think you're moving out?
Well, I plan taking my telescope over there and spying on this room here.
Now, pull yourself together, Holmes.
Oh, no, there's a reason.
Well, what is the reason?
I'm expecting a thief.
Oh, really? Have you given him an appointment?
Now, you may not believe what I'm saying, Watson, but I'm being perfectly serious.
When do you expect this thief and why?
I'll explain the entire situation to you across the street.
Oh, while we're spying on ourselves over here, over there.
Yes, well, something like that.
Yeah, well, I'm glad, because I thought for a moment I was getting confused.
Ah, good. Good. We can see perfectly from here.
I hesitate to bring this up, Holmes, but I can't see how we can see ourselves from here over there, even with the aid of a telescope.
Well, that's not an unreasonable deduction, Watson. But perhaps my methods would not appear so obscure to you if I told you that I've received a communication threatening my life if I accepted a certain case or used evidence that's been given to me.
Well, what case? What evidence?
Well, that's just the curious part of it, Watson. I've neither been presented with a case, nor have I got any evidence.
But somebody thinks you have.
Obviously.
This thief you expect, what's he going to steal?
The evidence, of course.
The evidence you haven't got?
Now you have it.
Well, now, look, really, Holmes. Since this thief you expect can't steal the evidence you haven't got, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Well, then why do you want to watch him?
Well, so we can follow him when he leaves and find out why the man who was going to get in touch with me didn't get in touch with me.
Ah, couldn't be simpler.
Ah.
The thief?
No. Our old friend, the good inspector.
I wonder what he wants to see us about.
Perhaps he'll leave us a note.
I could run across and tell him we're here.
No, don't do that. He'd want to arrest our thief, and we wouldn't be able to follow him.
They don't answer.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps they... open.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Holmes? Dr. Watson? Mr. Holmes!
Dr. Watson!
You're not here.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Holmes?
Dr. Watson!
Well, what do you think they'll do now?
No, I didn't expect this. I hope they'll leave soon.
It doesn't look as if they're in any hurry.
No, it doesn't.
Well, they can't be very far away, or they wouldn't have left the door unlocked. We'll wait for them.
Yes, sir. You know anything about chemistry, sir?
Uh-huh.
Chemistry, sir. Do you know anything about it?
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Well, I was just thinking, sir. Here's Mr. Holmes's equipment, and you have that sample of mud.
Ah, don't be silly. I don't know anything about chemistry.
And here's Mr. Holmes's books, too. Suppose we were to do it ourselves, sir, and show them the resourcefulness of Scotland Yard, as it were.
Now, Wilkins, that might be a very good idea. Oof. No, it wouldn't work. You can't do a thing like analysis just reading a book, you know.
I suppose you're right, sir. I thought perhaps it might be like following a cookery book. You remember I helped Mr. Holmes when you were dealing with that Lady Beryl case, and it didn't seem too difficult.
Just so. Just like following a cookery book.
Yes, sir.
You know, I can do a bit of cooking. Once made a Yorkshire pudding.
Those two idiots will blow up the flat if we don't get over there.
Well, you know, strangely enough, Watson, they're not doing too badly. They're actually analyzing something and following the procedure from the book.
Huh? Holmes, look.
What? Hey.
That may be your thief.
We'll know in a minute, Watson.
He's going to walk right into Lestrade.
That's all right. All we have to do now is wait until he comes out and follow him.
Now, what do we do?
Now, add 3 drops of KCl in H3OH solution. Here we are, sir.
3 drops, you said?
That's right, sir. Careful, sir.
I am being careful. I'm being very careful. Don't make me nervous.
Well, sir, if you slip up now, you've got to start all over again.
Quiet.
Careful, sir.
Quiet! Quiet!
It was the door that time, sir.
Well, say, come in or something. Can't you see I'm busy?
Very well, sir. Come in.
Come in. Mr. Holmes, I'd like to speak to you. I believe you were expecting me.
Huh?
I won't waste your time or mine, Mr. Holmes. I'm only here because I know you're well acquainted with Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. That's true, isn't it?
Why, yes. I know him as well as I know my own brother. Charming fellow, Lestrade. Intelligent, too.
Then you can tell him for me that the fire that destroyed a warehouse last night and caused the death of one fireman was not an accident.
Really?
At this very moment, another fire is raging in a block of old houses in Covent Garden.
What?
And unless the Crown is willing to pay £50,000 into a foreign bank, which I shall designate, those fires will go on occurring. No one is going to stop me.
I don't think that's quite right.
Don't, Mr. Holmes. You have the reputation for being a clever man. I'll contact you again tomorrow. Not here, of course. A message will let you know where to join me. And when you come alone. Don't try and follow me. I'm a very good shot. And just to show you that I'm very serious, there'll be another fire this evening at 6. A beautiful one.
Here, this isn't what I expected at all. You better follow that man. Right. I've got to have a word with Lestrade. And Watson, be careful. He may use that gun. And that's what he said, as far as you can remember.
Yes. That's exactly it, isn't it, Wilkins?
That's it, sir. That's every word of it.
That's a fantastic scheme. Actually blackmailing the city.
And he wasn't bluffing either. That fire at Covent Garden still isn't under control.
No, Lestrade, he wasn't bluffing. He proved that with the fire last night and the murder of this man who was undoubtedly his accomplice.
Why doesn't Dr. Watson come back?
Don't worry. Watson won't lose his man.
That man said there'd be another fire at 6 o'clock.
Well, that leaves us 3 hours to wait, then.
Yes. And a whole city to work out where he's going to happen.
See what that is, would you, Wilkins?
Inspector Lestrade,
Yes?
I have a message for you from a Dr. John Watson.
Yes, what is it?
He said to tell you that he followed the man to 43 Chester Street in Bayswater.
And?
He said to tell you that when the man walked in the entrance of the house, he was shot and killed. The killer got away, and the man died without speaking.
Somewhere in London, he's planted a bomb that'll go off in 3 hours.
It was a small caliber revolver. Fired with deadly accuracy. He was killed instantly.
You've no idea what the killer looked like, Doctor?
No, none. I kept well back from him in case he should notice I was following him. Now, the killer ran through the house and out the back.
Exactly 2.5 hours to find out the secret he died with.
Where he planted the next bomb.
Yes.
Oh, Lestrade, did you happen to notice this morning when you searched his room?
Yes, of course I did. It's a new suitcase. You'll never be able to trace him through there. It's sold in over 1,000 shops in London alone. They'd never remember him.
Oh, but they'd certainly remember a man who bought 4 of them.
4 of them?
Yes, we're certain now that these fires have been started in London by means of incendiary bombs. He'd have to have something to carry them in, wouldn't he?
There was a fire last night, one this afternoon, and one scheduled for tonight at 6 o'clock.
That could be the 4th.
Well, obviously your job is to find out where this chap bought these suitcases.
You're quite right. I'll get on to that immediately.
Oh, just one more thing, Lestrade.
Yes?
What were you trying to analyze in my flat this morning?
Some mud from the boots of the man who was murdered yesterday. Perhaps he's got mud in his boots, too.
He has. I've already taken a sample, and I've got another one like this in the flat. I'll get in touch with you at Scotland Yard if I learn anything.
I'll be there from now on. With any luck at all, we ought to be able to find a man who bought 4 suitcases.
Well, let's hope he only bought 4 of them.
We returned immediately to Baker Street and together worked feverishly to break down and analyze the traces of mud that had been found on the shoes of both murdered men. We were able to ascertain quickly that both samples were from the same source. We knew at least that we were on the right track, but where this track would lead, we had no idea. Time seemed to fly as the 6 o'clock deadline approached. We could only hope to conclude our experiment in time, and then hope that it would lead us to that one point in London where death lay resting in a case. Inspector Lestrade, at his end, had placed the entire resources of Scotland Yard on this one assignment. The city was divided into sections according to a standing emergency plan. A large map on his office wall was divided into individual zones, with a squad of men assigned to each zone. The men in these squads were detailed to inspect every shop in their area and report their findings. As quickly as the reports came in, the sections were marked off and the men shifted and reassigned. Every square foot of London was being covered, if only there was time.
Give this to Inspector Lestrade and hurry.
Explosive nitrate? What does it mean?
I believe it's a basic ingredient of dynamite, sir.
Mr. Holmes give you this?
Yes, sir.
Hello, laboratory. Where would a man get nitrate in his boots?
That's the problem, isn't it, sir?
John. Hello, laboratory. This is Inspector Lestrade. Where is a man likely to pick up explosive nitrate on his boots?
In London?
Yes, of course, in London.
And the only place I can think of at the moment is the Army warehouse, Knightsbridge.
Is that the only place?
The only place I can think of at the moment. However, give me a little time, and I may be able to think of a few more places. Give me a little time.
I wish I could. Army barracks in Knightsbridge. Go back to Baker Street and tell Mr. Sherlock Holmes I've gone on ahead. You bring him with you. Quickly now, quick as you can. You're wrong now. We won't have time to be right. I'm Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. I've got to get...
The inspector wants you to come to the Army barracks at Knightsbridge. Army barracks? Holmes, that's it.
It could be, and we have no time to explore any further possibilities. Come on.
I have a carriage waiting downstairs.
Good.
Have you noticed anything suspicious around here?
No, Inspector, I haven't.
Does everyone coming into this area have to pass a guard like yourself?
Yes, sir, that's orders.
What about deliveries?
They're all examined, sir.
You have civilian workmen here. Did any of them bring in a suitcase?
No, sir.
We may be wrong.
Oh, excuse me, sir. We've carpenters working here, and they bring in their tool chests. That's about the size of a suitcase, isn't it?
Where are they?
In that shed. They ought to be just finishing up.
Come on. I'd like your attention, please. I'm Inspector Lestrade from Scotland Yard. First of all, I'd like to know if all the men detailed to work here are present now. I'm afraid I have to ask you
to remain an additional hour. It may be necessary to ask you to build a protective shield around the store of nitrates.
Why, our day ends at 5:45.
Don't worry. You'll receive additional wages for your work.
What if we don't want to stay?
Why not? I could use the extra money.
The nitrates might explode in case of fire.
They were there yesterday and today. They'll wait till tomorrow.
why take chances? It's only another hour's work.
Well, when do we know?
We'll be able to tell you at 6 o'clock.
Well, I'm not going to wait around here anymore.
You stay where you are.
If they want my job, they can have it.
Why should you be in such a hurry? There's only a minute to go.
If you have something to say, I suggest you say it now.
I've nothing to say.
Oh, good. Then you've nothing to worry about, have you?
What have I got to worry about?
I don't know. Can't you think of something?
Think hard.
Yes, and when you thought we're going to have time to stop it,
outside that wall behind the pile of wood. Quick! No! Don't open it! It'll blow up! Oh, stop! Get down!
Well, Watson? What? Don't let me ever do that again. Come on.
One of the most unusual cases which Sherlock Holmes was ever called upon to solve began in a small private school for boys in the north of Belgium. The boys' dormitory at 4 in the morning, lighted by a full moon, looked quiet and peaceful. It would have been difficult to imagine that here began a train of events which filled 4 graves before it was stopped.
Antoine. He has gone out.
Didn't you try to stop him?
I called his name. Either he did not hear or pretended not to. I was afraid to startle him. This time, it's you.
Caroline. Is there nothing wrong?
No. Nothing, Antoine. Go back to sleep.
What are you going to do? The police?
It will be the end of my career. We'll have to close the school.
Send the boy away?
Would that stop it?
I suppose not.
It's horrible. 3 deaths in 3 months. Each one foretold by the writing on the church steps.
I still think the police...
No.
But your own life.
I've never felt in better health. And if I'm careful to keep out of drafts and avoid falling downstairs.
How can you joke at a time like this? There's a man in London He's solved cases even more hopeless than this.
Sherlock Holmes?
You thought of him? Let me write to him.
And ask him to do what?
To come here, investigate. Find out who is responsible for those deaths and how a schoolboy can tell in advance who is next to die.
And have the school invaded? Our teachers questioned? Our boys terrorized? I'll do my own investigating, Mademoiselle Grande. In my own way.
Some weeks later, a letter arrived at Baker Street. Holmes read it over once to himself and then aloud to me.
Dear sir, it will be a source of eternal regret to me that I allowed myself to be dissuaded from writing to you sooner, Mr. Holmes. Now Mr. Carolan is dead of natural causes, the doctor says, though I am not sure he isn't mistaken. I pray that you will come to Arno without delay and lend us your assistance in putting an end to these ghastly occurrences. Respectfully yours, Marie Grande. You deduce that the writer of the letter was young?
I'll go further than that. I'm prepared to wager that she's madly attractive to boot.
Mm-hmm. Better and better. And on what do you base these interesting conclusions?
Wishful thinking, my dear chap. Wishful thinking.
Then wish no more. She is both young and attractive, with hair the color of autumn honey.
Oh, did you read that between the lines?
No. This came with the letter.
Uh-huh.
A lovely color, you'll admit, Watson. And from a beautiful young woman at that.
Now, come, Holmes. That's neither logical nor factual, and you know it.
You aren't the only one privileged to think wishfully, my dear Watson.
Bravo. So you're going to take the case?
Yes, and if you pack for us both, I'll arrange for tickets.
The boat train took us to Dover. By mid-morning the following day, Holmes and I were sitting in the headmaster's study at the Arno School in the presence of Mademoiselle Marie Grande, who was indeed extremely attractive, with hair the exact shade of autumn honey.
Then you're quite sure you've told me everything, Mademoiselle Grande?
That is only the matter of the old woman, but I don't think it's important.
Well, let me be the judge of that, mademoiselle.
Her name is Madame Soulet. She's a harmless, feeble-minded woman who sells charms and love philters for the ignorant. Some have called her a witch.
I see. And what is her part in this affair?
She admits she went to see those whose names were written on the church steps and offered to sell them some charms against the evil omen.
That's most interesting. Did any of the other victims purchase these charms?
I can only speak for Monsieur Carolin. He did not.
And what about the others? Were they persons of wealth?
No. Two were quite poor. The third one moderately well off. We have no really wealthy people here in Arno, Mr. Holmes.
Except, of course, the Count de Passevant.
You know the Count?
No, indeed. I only happened to pass a carriage on the way boasting his coat of arms. However, I should like to have a word with this Madame Soulet, if that can be arranged.
You have only to go to her house. It's on the edge of town, on the North Road. Monsieur Manelli, this is Monsieur Holmes and his friend Dr. Watson. Monsieur Manelli, our new headmaster.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Now that you're here, Mr. Holmes, we have hopes at last of getting to the bottom of this terrible affair.
Thank you, sir. I can only hope to do my best.
Mademoiselle Grande has given you all the facts?
All the facts at her command. Perhaps you can supply some additional ones.
I am sorry, no. Mademoiselle Grande was the favorite member of the faculty here. She had Monsieur Carolin's confidence, not I.
I see.
And now that I've had the honor of meeting you gentlemen, I hope you will forgive me if I go to meet my class.
But certainly.
By the way, mademoiselle, Dr. Dimanche is waiting in the vestibule. Did you send for him?
Yes, I did. I'll go and fetch him. I'll be back directly.
But the boy, Holmes, the boy, you haven't asked to see the boy.
The boy can wait, Watson.
Yes, but why? Surely he's the most significant part of it.
No. Because he did the writing on the church steps.
Why, yes.
Well, I suppose in that case you'd say that the chalk also had significance.
No, that was just an instrument.
Precisely, my dear Watson. Precisely.
Mr. Holmes, this is Dr. Dimanche. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Delighted.
How do you do, Doctor? Always happy to meet a colleague.
Thank you, so am I. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. I came as soon as I got Mademoiselle's message.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Mademoiselle Grant tells me that you're the physician who attended Monsieur Carolan shortly before he died.
Yes. My last examination of him gave me no hint of what was coming.
I see. And yet you're positive he died of natural causes.
There's no doubt about it.
I believe 3 other persons died recently in Arno, shortly after their names appeared on the church steps. Did you attend them also?
Arno is a small town. I'm fortunate or unfortunate enough to be the only doctor here.
Previous to your present fortune, or misfortune, you practiced in Paris, I understand.
I see Mademoiselle Grant has briefed you well.
I told nothing of your past, Doctor.
Then how do you know?
Well, you dress with the flair of a Parisian. If you've been living here any length of time, I should imagine you would have acquired a more homespun costume.
I might have ordered these from Paris.
On the income of a country physician. What do you think, Dr. Watson?
Hardly likely, Holmes.
Capital, Mr. Holmes. Your powers of deduction have not been overrated. But you didn't ask me here to discuss my clothes or my income. How can I help you?
Dr. Dimanche, of what exactly did Monsieur Carolan die?
Heart failure.
Were you carried out to post-mortem?
There's no need. The signs were obvious.
I see. And you saw nothing suspicious, either in the case of Monsieur Carolan or of the other victims?
Not one thing, Mr. Holmes.
That's interesting. Perhaps you'd care to put forward a theory of your own as to the connection between the prophecies and the deaths.
I have no theory. The explanation lies either in the most extraordinary combination of coincidences or in some sort of prevision on the part of the boy, Anton.
Do you believe in prevision or telepathy?
Years ago, my professor at Salpêtrière did suggest there might be something in it. For myself, I don't know. I neither affirm nor deny.
Then I believe you can tell me nothing more for the present, Dr. Dimanche.
Don't hesitate to call on me again. Now, I must go back to my surgery. I may have a patient waiting. You never can tell. I'll be here early tomorrow afternoon for the monthly examination, mademoiselle.
Dr. Dimanche examines your pupils every month, then, mademoiselle?
Yes. The health of our pupils is of the greatest concern to us.
So it should be, Mademoiselle Grant. So it should be. You know, it's an extraordinary thing, the odd and assorted illnesses that crop up in a boys' school.
Vous devez être en classe à cette heure au lieu de courir dans les couloirs. Allez maintenant. That is he.
So that's the boy who on 4 separate occasions was able to foretell the death of a citizen of Arno.
Well, there must be some logical explanation for it.
There is, Watson, there is.
Holmes, do you know how it was done?
Yes, that part was simple. Our main difficulty will come when we try to prevent the 5th murder.
Turn to the case of the deadly prophecy. The church on whose steps the deadly prophecies were written stood less than 100 yards from the school. I had supposed that Holmes, with his usual attention to detail, would want to examine it thoroughly, but once again he surprised me. He did not stop. And I had a fair guess that perhaps he wanted to have a little talk with a certain Madame Soulet.
Come in.
Madame Soulet?
Come in, come in. I was expecting you.
I thought you would be.
Sit down.
Thank you. Do you know why I've come to see you?
For help, naturally.
Score one to her, Holmes.
Let's call it information.
Trifling bits of information such as how came the boy by his deadly prophecies? Whose hand was it made them come true?
Suppose we start with a bit even more trifling. You offered charms to the victims. But how did you know who they were before they were struck down? There were no announcements made.
If the Englishman will cross my palm with English gold,
You'll tell me?
I will give the Englishman a filter, warranted to make him see so clearly and think so lucidly that all mysteries will be revealed to him. Each is as potent as the belief of the one who buys and uses it. If those four had bought instead of turning me away, who knows?
But they did turn you away.
And now all are dead. May I sell you a filter, sir? It will guard you against harm.
Come, Watson.
Good day, Madame Soulet.
You are a wise man. You say little and listen well. Good day to you, sir.
Filters, bosh. We might be living in the Middle Ages.
Not the Middle Ages, Watson, merely a small European village. Ah, Count Passavant, I believe.
Oui, monsieur. How do you know?
I saw you in your carriage, sir.
Ah, are you enjoying your stay in our village, Mr. Holmes?
Do you know me, Count?
I saw you from my carriage.
Ah, bravo, Count. As you say in France, touché. May I introduce my very good friend, Dr. Watson?
Enchanté, docteur.
How do you do, sir?
Have you formed any conclusions, Mr. Holmes, as to the names that were written on the church step?
Well, at the moment, Count, I must confess that I am more interested in the names that were not written on the church step.
Mine hasn't been written on it yet.
And I don't believe it will be.
Tell me, sir, you know this village. Have you any ideas?
I am not superstitious, Dr. Watson. I do not believe...
You're not superstitious, Count?
Madame Soulet's filter, at least, can do no harm.
Good day, monsieur. Good day. There were a few points about this case which Holmes thought could best be cleared up in Paris. He had asked me to go alone, as the following night there would be a full moon, and he wanted to stay in Arnaud to be on hand, just in case.
What is it? What's happened?
Nothing at all, Antoine. You were walking in your sleep. Now, be a good boy and get back to bed.
I can't. There's something I must do.
Not tonight. Not tonight, Antoine.
Yes, sir.
What does it mean?
It means that nothing further will happen tonight. Sleep well, Mademoiselle Grand.
The carriage came to fetch me at the station. Later, I found Holmes at the school.
Well, you may go back to your class now, Antoine. Well, Watson, did you have a successful trip?
Yes, you were right.
Good.
Mr. Holmes, was the boy able to tell you anything?
No, but his silence was eloquent. Oh, by the way, I should like to have the use of the headmaster's study for a little gathering shortly before midnight.
You name the murderer?
No, he will name himself.
It's almost midnight, Mr. Holmes. Must we wait much longer?
Ah, good evening, Count. I think you all know Count Passavant. Count, you met Dr. Watson in front of Madame Soulet's cottage. Would you be so good as to take that chair, Count? I expect you're all wondering why you've been invited here at such a late hour this evening. Well, we are concerned with the murder of Monsieur Carillon and of 3 other citizens of Arno before him.
Mr. Holmes, sure they died natural death.
I happen to believe that they were murdered. Now, the question is, with what motive? Profit? But these were ordinary people of modest means. The murderer could scarcely hope to enrich himself at the cost of their lives. Now, a thought occurred to me, and I decided to go and see Count Passavant and ask him if his life had been threatened too.
It has been.
And this is the feature of the case that most intrigues me. Blackmail has often been the prelude to murder, but here, for the first time, murder became the prelude to blackmail. What was demanded of you, Count?
100,000 francs.
And if you didn't pay?
My name was next to appear on the church steps.
So you see, extortion was the motive from the first. And to that end, an atmosphere of terror was built up by means of 4 successive murders. It would take a man of superhuman courage to resist.
But, Mr. Holmes, the names were written by one of our pupils. What possible connection could an 8-year-old boy have with such a scheme?
Yes, Anton. Just an unwitting tool.
Of whom? The blackmailer must be someone who could have poisoned 4 people.
Don't distress yourself, Madame Soulet. The killer meant suspicion to fall on you. But a person of your simple habits wouldn't play so dangerous a game. No. There is a suspect close at hand, who not only had an expert knowledge of poisons, but to whom the boy has been far more accessible. Accessible regularly once a month. This suspect was once a pupil of Dr. Charcot, who lectured on hypnotism at Salpêtrière Hospital in Paris. It would have been as easy for him to send Antoine on his monthly errands as to wind up a mechanical toy. Dr. Watson.
Yes?
Yesterday in Paris, you made certain inquiries into the character and education of this suspect. What did you discover?
I discovered that he was a spendthrift and a wastrel who had quit Paris in order to escape his creditors.
It's a lie.
Calm yourself, Dr. Dimanche. I, too, have dabbled in hypnotism. This morning, Antoine and I had a little talk. I suggested that he come down here at midnight and point out the person who instructed him to write on the church steps. The person he was instructed not to remember when out of the hypnotic trance. It lacks but 1 minute to 12 now.
Stay where you are, all of you.
Don't be a fool, Doctor. When I visited your office this afternoon to look over your stock of drugs, I took the very ordinary precaution of emptying the cartridges from your gun.
Should we wait for the boy to make the identification, Mr. Holmes?
Mademoiselle, Mr. Holmes's deductions are always completely truthful and completely accurate. But the methods by which he achieves these ends are not always so straightforward. He said that he'd hypnotized the little boy to have him come here tonight at midnight.
How did you know it was a bluff?
You also said that the gun was unloaded.
Oh.
have been tried and have been found guilty of murder in the first degree. It is never with pleasure that this court metes out punishment, no matter how richly deserved. How much more painful becomes the task in this season of goodwill toward men. Nevertheless, it only remains for me to ask if you have anything to say before I pass sentence upon you. John Henry Norton, you shall be returned to the place from whence you were taken, and from there, at the time and place to be arranged, you shall be hanged by the neck until you are dead. And may God have mercy upon your soul. Remove the prisoner.
John!
Oh, never mind, my love. Just remember to bring me my Christmas pudding.
John!
There's a long way between a sentence and the end of a rope, Mr. Holmes. I'll kill you before I die! I swear it!
Court's adjourned.
What a way to begin Christmas.
My Christmas began the moment that man was out of sight.
And yet Mrs. Norton, number 6, still believes in him. It's incredible, isn't it?
Testimonial to his charm, Watson. Charm being the first requisite of every Bluebeard.
Yes, let me see. What is it? 3 widows, 2 spinsters. You really had him the one before last.
Yes, and I would have if the star witness hadn't bolted.
Holmes, that threat he made against you.
Oh, Watson, remind me to buy another A string, will you?
Of course, I know it's all ridiculous, but why do you think he should indulge in such a bluff?
Well, you know, the criminal mind travels in devious channels, Watson. However, don't worry, old chap, because if he sends me cyanide, I just won't take it. Well, let me play you a carol, Watson.
Find this in the letterbox. Oh, thank you, Watson. What is it?
Soon?
Well, what does that mean?
John Henry Norton, striking terror.
From prison?
He has friends outside.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to Newgate Prison.
We've taken every possible precaution, Mr. Holmes. For example, his food is served already cut, bones removed on wooden dishes, wooden spoons and forks. All the furniture in his cell is fastened down. But you can see for yourself if you wish.
Thank you, I should like to.
Christmas gifts for the inmates. Every parcel will be properly examined before it's handed on.
I see. Any for Norton?
None so far. This way, please.
Thank you.
What do you want?
Just an inspection. Stay where you are.
I said soon, Holmes, but not quite this soon.
Just wait.
I'll get you. Your neck. Between these two hands.
How often do you inspect his bedding?
Every morning and evening.
Thank you. I think I've seen enough.
Don't let it worry you, Mr. Holmes. In just 10 days, it'll all be over.
Yes, of course.
Soon, Holmes! Soon! Soon, Holmes! Soon!
Well, I must say that visit put my mind at ease.
It did?
No, didn't it yours?
Norton's whole career has been built on his ability to inspire confidence. I believe him, Watson.
What? You mean you think he's going to kill you?
I believe he's going to try.
But, my dear fellow, you've seen yourself. How could he get out?
That's the question, Watson.
Come in.
Mrs. Norton, sir.
Mrs. Norton,
How do you do, sir?
you have a present for your husband?
Just this, sir. A pudding I made for my husband. May I give it to him, please?
All parcels for prisoners have to be inspected, Mrs. Norton.
Yes, sir. That's what the guard said. Here it is. I'm not very much of a cook, sir, but I do make a nice Christmas pudding.
Well, I'm afraid I shall have to spoil its looks a bit. Still, I expect it will taste just as good. There we are.
May I? I did so want it to look nice.
Of course. Go ahead. Simmons?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Norton may see the prisoner.
And may I take this to him myself, sir?
Well, I think we can make an exception in your case, Mrs. Norton. Yes, you may. Take her along, Simmons.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Wait. I'll take her myself. You have a visitor, Norton.
John, I bought your Christmas pudding. May I? There's brandy in it and currants. Just the way you like it, John.
You're sweet and thoughtful, Bess. I've been looking forward to this.
I'm afraid it's cut up a bit, Norton, but your wife's not responsible for that. Regulations, you know.
Yeah, I understand.
Is there anything else you want that I can bring you?
No, my dear, nothing, thanks. This is all the Christmas present I want. Thanks for letting her bring it to me, Warden.
Goodbye, John.
Goodbye.
An ominous cloud continued to hang over our Baker Street flat, for all that either of us could do to dispel it. It was Christmas, but there was still the condemned man's threat. If Holmes didn't make light of it, how could I?
Merry Christmas, sir.
And a very Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, sir. Go on, old girl.
Oh, it's you.
Anything wrong?
No, nothing. I see you brought it.
Yes, well, no Christmas is complete without a Yule log, even if they do have to cut it up to fit city flats. Now then, Holmes, what's all this greeting me with a revolver? Is it Norton?
Do you believe in intuition, Watson?
What, you mean, sixth sense, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I was going... Well, it doesn't matter. It's this weather, you know.
You think he's going to escape, don't you?
What? He was still in prison at 4 o'clock. Oh, I see what you mean, Watson. You mean one mustn't underestimate the resourcefulness of men like Norton. No, naturally, of course not.
Mm-hmm.
Watson, I'd take it very kindly if you could, well, clear out of here for a week or so. Take a room at a hotel.
Oh, why?
Well, I've some research work to do on blood types, and I think I'd get through it much more quickly on my own. I'll foot the bill, of course.
Nonsense.
All the same, I wish you'd go.
Nonsense.
I insist, Watson. There's no reason at all why you should risk your life.
Look here, old man. Your danger is quite enough for me. Now, not another word, eh? I'll, make some tea. Nice hot cup of tea. Wonderful for the intuition.
Who is it?
It's loose, Mr. Holmes. The governor of Newgate Jail.
Come in, sir.
Mr. Holmes, I've come to tell you
that Norton has escaped.
In view of his threats against your life, I felt you should be warned at once. What's more, I brought a policeman to stand guard at your entrance door all night.
Thank you. That's very thoughtful of you, Governor.
We're scouring the city for him now, but, well, in this fog...
Yes, of course, I understand. When did he escape?
He was in his bunk around 2 o'clock, so it must have been between then and 2:30.
How did he get out?
The bars of his cell window were sawn through. Don't ask me how he managed it. He used his blanket to slide down to freedom. But I must be getting back. Smith here will take orders from you till he's relieved. I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. Good night, Dr. Watson.
Good night, Governor.
Come, Smith, take your post.
How on earth did he get hold of a hacksaw?
That's not important now, Watson. I want you to do something for me.
Really?
Norton is probably counting on the support of his wife. I want you to go to their house and make quite certain that he gets no help from that quarter.
But the police will be there already.
Ah, we can't be sure of that. You see, the police are probably working on the theory that that's the last place on earth he'd go.
I see. You think he may be counting on them. All right, I'll go directly. I'm ready.
It took me some time, what with the fog and the difficulty of getting a cab, to reach Mrs. Norton's flat. When I arrived, the police were already there, making sure that Mrs. Norton did not leave. Of course, Holmes had known they would be, and I suddenly realized he had pushed me out of the flat so that I would not be exposed to danger. I started back at once.
Smith here. They sent me down here to see if everything was all right.
All quiet.
Both of them up there?
No. The doctor went off to Norton's home.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Holmes is alone now.
Ah. Snug in bed while you stand here shivering, eh?
The fog does get into one's bones.
Would you like a cup of tea?
Not half.
Listen, I'll take over. There's a cabman's shelter over on the next street. The tea's hot and strong. Just had a cup myself.
Thanks. And keep your eyes open. They say that this Norton's a rough one.
I can handle him.
Won't be more than 10 minutes.
Oh, don't hurry. Take your time.
I have a message for you from the warden, sir. Should I slip it under the door?
It's all right. I'll open the door.
Mr. Holmes?
Yes, over here. You can leave the message on the table there.
Yes, sir. I'm holding a gun, Mr. Holmes. Don't move. I told you I'd get you, Mr. Holmes. Now they'll get me. But I don't care. I've had my revenge.
Officer, this is John Norton, the man you want. Take him away.
Holmes! Are you all right?
Perfectly all right, thank you, Watson. Well, I must say that Mr. Norton, besides being an authority on poisons, was also a deadly shot.
Well, what happened?
Well, I was waiting here for him, and when he arrived, he destroyed what he thought was me.
So that's why you sent me on that fool's errand.
Well, I thought it was safer for you.
But you might have been killed. Really, Holmes, you must leave this sort of thing to people who are more used to it.
Oh, now, really, Watson, you don't mean to say that you're...
Now, you listen to me. The next time this sort of thing happens, I'm going to have you locked up for your own good. The very idea. I'm absolutely furious. Why, I just don't know. Sometimes I think you just need a nurse.
Someone passed him a hacksaw. I want that man. It's up to you to find him. I'll give you 24 hours. Otherwise, every guard who is on duty in that wing will be dismissed. Do you understand?
But, sir...
Find him! Those are orders. Come in, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson. I've just issued an ultimatum to my staff. I wanted to find the man who passed Norton that hacksaw.
Yes, so we heard.
I couldn't have believed that I'd had a man working for me who could be bribed. But that's the only explanation.
Perhaps, and then again, perhaps not. There were some packages on this table. Gifts for the prisoners. Has anything arrived subsequently for Norton?
Yes, a pudding. But I examined it myself.
Well, that's hardly the place to hide a hacksaw, Holmes.
No, I suppose not, Watson. Might we, inspect the cell, please?
If you wish, but you won't find anything there to help you. This way. His pudding came in that.
Here's your answer, Governor.
Oh, come now, Holmes. A cardboard box with a bit of fancy string round it.
Who passed this to Norton?
I did myself, after inspecting it, of course.
Well, this is what he used to saw through the bars with.
That?
Watch. Now, take a look at that.
Well, how's that possible?
What's the hardest substance known?
A diamond.
Well, this sort of string is usually made to glitter with an application of powdered glass. But if a section of it is made on a stronger base with a coating of diamond dust instead, then you have a very effective cutting tool indeed. And you gave it to Norton yourself, Governor.
It's extraordinary.
Not extraordinary at all, my dear Watson. Really quite ordinary. After all, diamond dust has been cutting steel for a good many years. Shall we go? Oh, Merry Christmas, Governor.
Of course. Merry Christmas, Dr. Holmes, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. A very Merry Christmas.
persuaded Sherlock Holmes to take a brief holiday with me. As we rumbled through the countryside, it was a comforting thought indeed that for a while anyway, there would be no desperate men at the door of our flat in Baker Street, no life and death cases to solve. Ahead were 4 whole days as suspended and happily uneventful as this train trip. Heaven knows, let's look. Hear anything?
Not a thing.
Well, I hope we haven't heard anything. We must be doing 30 miles an hour.
Oh, we're doing more than that, I think, Watson.
I thought you were asleep, Holmes.
Well, not really. I was thinking about that Parkinson axe murder. You know, that unfortunate business in South Africa. And I was wondering... what?
You are on holiday.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Quite right, Watson. Quite right. Mr. Holmes? Yes, I'm Mr. Holmes.
I thought I recognized your name on the reserved passenger list. Thought you might be able to help us. We seem to have had a sort of an accident.
An accident or an incident?
Well, I suppose you could call it an incident. But one of our passengers has disappeared.
Disappeared?
A boy. He was traveling with this young lady here.
Paul is his name. Paul Windmaster. You must find him. I've heard you can do things like that, Mr. Holmes. Will you help me?
There.
I'm his governess. I should never have taken my eyes off him for a minute. But I looked in on him after he went to bed and was fool enough to imagine that everything was all right.
Do you think he might have been kidnapped?
Oh, no, I'm sure Paul ran away. How will I ever be able to face his father?
I think you'd better sit down, Miss...
Kendall. Lydia Kendall.
Miss Kendall, and tell us everything from the beginning. I'm sure we can be of help. Sit down.
Thank you.
Tell me, Miss Kendall, what happened that made the boy run away?
Mr. Holmes, have you ever heard of Paul's father, Lance Windmaster?
Oh, yes, Ripsaw Windmaster, the Canadian timber king.
The papers call him that. As rough and strong a man as the trees he cuts down. Paul, not having a mother since the age of 2, has grown to be like him in many ways. Independent, wild. Believe me, I've had a full-time job.
I can imagine.
Mr. Windmaster never disciplined him. Was actually proud of Paul's spirit. Until one day, rather suddenly, it struck him that he was bringing the boy up improperly. You asked me what caused the boy to run away. It was just that. And yesterday, when I went out to fetch Paul, I began to see the first signs of what was about to happen. Paul! Paul! Paul, you'll have to come home now and get dressed. We're all packed and ready to go.
Yes, Miss Kendall.
Hurry now, we can't miss the train.
When you arrive at the school, you'll take the boy directly to the headmaster. He's received a full letter of instructions from me, and... Oh, there you are, Paul. Your Uncle Cecil's just arrived to say goodbye to you.
Here's wishing you success, Paul.
Thank you, sir.
You will be taught to be a gentleman. Something which, your mother forgive me, I failed to do.
Yes, Father.
What have you got there?
White mice.
White? Now, look here, Paul. You certainly don't intend to take them to school with you.
Well, I can't leave them here. Nobody would look after them.
Now, that's foolish.
Nobody really cares about white mice here, except me.
Well, you can give them back to whoever gave you them.
You mean Coco?
Who?
Coco the clown.
I'm afraid I introduced him to Coco. The day I took him to the circus. They'd become rather good friends.
Well, I couldn't give them back. He gave them to me as a gift.
Paul, I don't care what you do with them, but you can take them with you, and that's final.
All right. Leave them here, then.
Good boy. Well, you and Miss Kendall had better be off. Well, what's the matter?
I don't want to go to school.
What?
You didn't go to school? Why should I?
Times were different when I was young. You don't know what you're saying.
I have my horse and my white mice, and Coco and I are supposed to meet next week.
You can't run wild all your life. You'll grow up to be a savage.
But Lydia could teach me everything I need to know right here.
Miss Kendall isn't a teacher. She's a governess.
She knows as much as anyone.
Now listen to me, Paul. One day you'll come into possession of everything I own. This estate, my lumber mills, everything. When that day comes, I want you to be equipped to take over.
Well, I don't have to go to school for that. And I don't have to wear a tie and jacket either.
You'll wear a tie and jacket and you'll like it. And you're starting to school right now.
Put me down! I don't want to go to school! I'll run away! Put me down, I'll run away!
Well, Miss Kendall, are you coming?
Put me down! Put me down!
He boarded the train without further protest. The truth is, his attitude seemed to have undergone quite a change. By the time we started out, he behaved almost as if he were looking forward to going to school. But of course, the whole thing was a ruse to put me off my guard.
You said before you saw the boy after he went to bed. Now, what time was that?
About 8.
And what time did you find that he was missing?
About an hour later, I heard a thud coming from his compartment and went to investigate. His door was locked from the inside, and I had to get the conductor here to open it for me. How we got out, I don't know, but he was gone.
And of course you searched the whole train after that.
Oh, every inch of it with the conductor here.
I decided to stop the train when we couldn't find him.
Oh, conductor, I believe there's a steep gradient just a few miles beyond Darcy.
Yes, there is.
Now, how slowly would the train be going at that time, do you think?
Oh, about 5 miles an hour. Very slowly, sir.
Well, in that case, I suggest that we borrow a cart from a farmer in the vicinity of Darcy and go back and search that area.
Yes, sir. I'll take care of it immediately, sir.
What was the number of the boy's compartment?
37.
Well, Dr. Watson and I'll take a look at it. No, there's no need for you to come with us. I think you'd better stay here and rest.
Now, you mustn't worry. Small boys make a habit of disappearing and reappearing.
I hope so, I hope so.
Well, you certainly simplified the search and narrowed down the area to Darcy.
Here, Watson, give me a hand with this window, will you?
Yes, sir. All the same, these train windows. Yeah.
Well, that was the thud Miss Kendall heard, the sound of the window being opened before the boy jumped out.
By Jove, you're right.
The question is, who helped the boy open the window?
Well, it took 2 of us to do it.
Exactly.
Good heavens, Holmes, do you mean that he must have had an accomplice?
Of course he must have.
Yes, but who on earth would want to help a little boy to run away?
Well, when we know that, Watson, we will have the answer to the problem of the boy who didn't want to go to school.
And now we return to the case of the night train riddle.
Taking Holmes' suggestion, we borrowed a cart and traced the rail line back to the upgrade near Darcy. We combed the area several times without uncovering a single clue. All of us were soon discouraged and ready to abandon the search. All of us, that is, except Holmes. We've been over this stretch 3 times already, Holmes.
Yes, I know, but this is the only place where the boy could have jumped off.
But we haven't got a shred of evidence, not a sight of anything, nothing at all.
Look.
What is it? A boy's cap.
Miss Kendall, would you mind coming over here for a moment? Is that the boy's cap?
Oh, yes, that's his.
Then it has to be here. Look, over here. Here we are, Watson. The footprints of a small boy.
Holmes, look, another set. Must be the boy's accomplice.
Ah, good work, Watson.
They end here.
Then it's quite clear what happened.
Not to me.
Well, they obviously boarded another train, a local, I imagine, traveling in the same direction as we were.
We do pull alongside a local here, Mr. Holmes, the up train from Royal Minster.
Well, how can they do that? Change trains in midstream, so to speak.
Well, obviously, Watson, if both trains were traveling slowly enough.
They do. It's possible, entirely possible, Mr. Holmes.
Conductor, I think you'd better telegraph ahead and have them stop that train.
Yes, sir.
Do you think they'll find him, Mr. Holmes?
Well, we are near enough to the truth, Miss Kendall, not to have to speculate anymore. We will soon know.
We began a hasty return to the night express, aboard which we hoped to catch the local. Holmes insisted that time was of the utmost importance.
Paul. Pardon? I'm sorry. I thought to another boy. Perhaps the next compartment.
This is the last one, miss.
You held out so much hope, Mr. Holmes.
How many stops did the train make before Darcy?
3, same as usual.
Did you notice a boy get out at one of them?
Not that I remember.
There was a boy. I talked with him. He got off with his father at Manborough.
Are you sure?
Yes, there was that pair. Blimey, I clean forgot.
What did the father look like?
Medium-sized, grey hair, ordinary face. Wait, I noticed when I inspected his ticket there was something about his fingertips. They were red.
Red?
Yeah. I thought it was strange at the time.
That's most observant of you, conductor. That proves it, Watson.
Holmes, do you know who he is?
Of course. Coco the Clown.
Coco the Clown?
He was the boy's friend. But more than that, there's the red fingertips.
The significance of which completely escapes me.
Rouge, Watson, the same kind of clown uses. He was evidently in a great hurry to catch the train. He didn't have time to remove it all.
Oh, if you're only right, Mr. Holmes.
And unless I miss my guess, we'll find them both in Manborough now. Watson, Miss Kennedy is sending a wire to the headmaster of the school, telling him they've been delayed. As soon as she's finished, we can be off. What's the matter with you? You don't look like someone who wants to be taken to the circus.
Holmes, do you realize it has taken me the last solid 3 weeks of pleading and cajoling to persuade you to take this trip? And now look where we end up, in
Manborough. And don't you underestimate it. We can have a very exciting holiday here.
Oh, holiday? We might as well have pitched a tent in Lestrade's office.
I know, but we couldn't very well refuse to help them.
No, we couldn't have refused to help them. But when we eventually find whoever it is who's at the bottom of this thing, please remember one thing. He's my pigeon.
Don't upset yourself, Watson. As soon as we can find the boy, we can continue on our journey.
Oh, I'm glad you still consider that.
Well, shall we be getting along? Oh, by the way, Watson, I didn't mention it to Miss Kennedy, but I believe there's some possibility the boy may be in danger. So I don't think we ought to lose too much time.
Not a very convenient place to leave luggage. Holmes! You gotta wait a minute. We've left all our bags in the train.
There's no time to worry about that now, Watson. Come along.
But look, Holmes, we've got to get everything in them for our 4 days.
All right, I'll find Miss Kendall and get a carriage, and we'll meet you in the street. Now, hurry up.
Right. Could you tell me if the night express has gone yet? He had to switch back to the main line. I wondered if it was still in the yard somewhere.
I'm awfully sorry, sir. You must have the wrong town.
No, I know where I am. I'm in Manborough.
Right you are, sir. But the night express doesn't stop in Manborough. Never has. Except once.
But confound it, man, I know it stops here.
Oh, no, sir. The only time the night express ever stopped in Manborough was in the summer of '88. A wheel fell off the locomotive. Right out front here it happened. It stopped all right that night.
Now, look here, this is urgent. I happen to know the night express stops here because I got off the thing at this station. Now, will you kindly go and find out if it's still here?
Well, I have to go down to the yard area in about 5 minutes. I'll ask the signal box.
5 minutes? Oh, never mind.
Watson, come along. The carriage is waiting.
But... the luggage.
Cecil, open up.
work?
We jumped off, switched trains. Ta-da! Like a couple of acrobats.
Where's the boy now?
Exactly where I want him.
Get it over with.
I was waiting for a down payment.
How much?
£100 should do it. That's cheap enough to show you good faith. I'll expect the rest when I've finished.
Take this gun and fire it up into the air.
To the air?
Yes, just to pin him down.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to find out who he is and why he's trying to keep us from the boy.
Well, go on, Watson, fire it. Sorry, Holmes. This one's mine.
What?
Watson! Watson, here! Fire it, Holmes. Fire it!
Oh, very well. Come along, Miss Kendall. Watson, you're a fool to have taken such a risk.
No, with you covering me, I couldn't miss. Get up.
It's Mr. Windmaster's brother.
Oh, Uncle Cecil.
Yes, and the first in line to inherit the Windmaster fortune if anything had happened to the boy.
That's right, you would be the heir.
You may not think so at the moment, Mr. Windmaster, but you're very fortunate. If the boy had been killed, you would most certainly have been hanged.
Hanged?
Yes, hanged.
Stop him.
Stop who?
Coco, he's about to kill the boy. Push him off the catwalk backstage.
Coco?
Don't come any closer. I'm coming down.
You'll never get out of here.
One move to stop me and I'll kill this boy.
timing, Watson.
Yes, wasn't bad, even though I do say so myself.
He wanted to kill me, and I thought he was a friend.
Well, that should teach you a lesson, Paul. No one's a friend who encourages a boy to run away from school. Why, what would have become of Dr. Watson here if he hadn't gone to school? Well, it's very simple. He'd never have been able to accomplish that trick.
But all he did was to...
In dropping that counterweight, young man, I had to know the speed of falling objects, the theory of weight and counterweight, and of stress and resistance. Now, if I hadn't studied physics, there's no telling what might have happened to you.
I never thought of that.
No, of course not. Well, just you think of it from now on.
Watson, did you really have all that in mind when you pulled that rope?
Oh, I would believe it, of course.
Oh, did you? Uh-huh.
Come on, you. And you. If you're looking for the time of the next London train, it will be along in 10 minutes.
Huh? Oh, no. I was just wondering where our bags would be by this time. This train seems to be somewhat off schedule. I'd estimate that our clean shirts are about 30 miles north of Edinburgh at this moment.
Oh, confound it, Holmes. Why dwell on that?
Oh, don't take it so hard, old chap. We'll give it another try one of these days.
Well, sir, it certainly was a shock to me.
How? It's you again.
You were right, sir. The express did stop in Manborough tonight. Can't understand it. The first time since the summer of '88. Fact is, it was running wild through here tonight, they tell me. Came roaring through on the local line first, and back through here to switch over to the main line again. Can't for the life of me figure what they were up to. Left a couple of bags on our platform. No hint of a reason, just found them there.
A couple of bags, did you say?
Why, yes, sir. A suitcase-like. Don't know anything about them. One marked J.W. and the other S.H. Suppose we'll have to keep them in the office for the 30 days required.
My dear sir, if you'll just lead me to your office, I think I can relieve you of those suitcases within 30 seconds. My name is John Watson. Mine will be the one marked J.W.
Oh, you mean, I say, and this here gentleman is S.H.?
Yes. This is my friend, Samuel Higgins.
Ah, well, in that case, sir, if you'll come along to the office and identify the contents, I'd be glad to get them off my hands.
Samuel Higgins?
Yes. You see, we have 3 whole days left. And I'm quite sure that nobody will want to interfere with the holiday of Samuel Higgins.
You're Sherlock Holmes?
Yes?
Alex Dougal is my name. I must talk to you. I'm in desperate need of your advice.
Well, come in, my lad. Come in. Oh, permit me to introduce my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. Watson? Watson? Just as I suspected.
Well, Oh, my goodness me, a patient. Oh, I do beg your pardon leaving you standing there like that. Most remiss of me. There, if you'll sit down, I'll be with you in a moment.
My dear doctor, Mr. Dougal is not your patient. He's come to see me.
Huh? Huh.
About a matter which I imagine has something to do with the injury you sustained, eh?
About a matter which might prove even more disastrous to a certain young lady if she's allowed to marry this man without somebody telling her. But on the other hand, how can I tell her when...
You're jumping about rather a lot, Mr. Dougal. Mentally, of course.
Yes, forgive me. I'd better begin by telling you that I'm known to most people by a name other than Alex Dougal.
Yes?
Aunt Lottie.
Aunt Lottie?
I write under that name in the Daily Observer. I'm a columnist.
But Aunt Lottie?
I know. It was the boss's idea. I'm really a sports writer. Don't ask me why I was assigned the job, but I do an advice for the lovelorn column.
Oh, I see. You mean the readers write into you telling you their problems?
And I answer them. The boss thought they'd be more apt to listen to a nice, sweet old Aunt Lottie than a Alex Dougal.
Well, of course, he may have a point there, Mr. Dougal.
They listen to me, all right. Act on every word I say. And that's what started all the trouble. You'll have to go back with me 2 weeks. I'd received a letter from a young lady who identified herself only with the initials S.D. She said that her father had just died and she had nobody to advise her but me. It seems that her fiancé was a man of violent temper and had on one occasion almost throttled another man for even looking at her. She wanted to know if it'd be wise to marry him. I answered her, and a day later in the editorial room, I came to know what I'd touched off.
Find Aunt Lottie.
Hey!
She'd better be around. Just point her out.
Now, wait a minute. It just so happens that I'm Aunt Lottie, and I want to know how you got in here.
You're Aunt Lottie?
That's correct. And you can be certain that if you've come with any problem, I shall be most uncooperative.
Are you sure you're Aunt Lottie?
That is my pen name. Have you any objections?
None. None at all. I'm absolutely delighted to find that Aunt Lottie is a man.
Really? Why?
Because I would never dream of doing this to a woman.
What's the meaning of this?
You received a letter the other day from a young lady asking whether it was wise to marry her fiancé, a man of violent temper.
That's right.
You replied in your column yesterday that it would be most unwise.
It is, but what's it got to do with you? I know. Don't tell me. You're the fiancé.
Aunt Lottie, you have a lot of mending to do.
Mending?
In your column tomorrow, I want you to take back every word.
It's impossible. My publishers would never allow it.
Right, then you'll go and see her personally. Her name is Susan Deering. Her address is 116 Chatham Hills Road, Barhampton. When you get back, I shall expect to hear that she has refixed the wedding date.
Now, wait a minute. You can't intimidate me. I gave her my honest advice, and I intend to stick to it.
What did you say?
I intend to...
You were saying?
I just wanted to know what the address was again. Miss Deering?
I'm the housekeeper. Your name, please?
Aunt Lottie. No, I have not been drinking.
Come in. Wait here, please. I'll call her.
I'd hardly expected when I left London that Miss Susan Deering would be living in surroundings such as this. Most of my readers were shop girls. Girls from a modest background, anyway. But Susan Deering was an heiress. I realized this when I recognized the subject in the painting above the fireplace. He was Oliver Deering, the chemical manufacturer who 6 months ago had suffered a heart attack while pursuing his favorite sport, bicycling. He was undoubtedly her father.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Are you really Aunt Lottie?
I'm afraid so. My editor felt it would inspire more confidence than a name like Alex Dougal, which is my own.
But I don't agree with your editor at all.
Oh, really?
I never fail to read your columns. They're always so full of wisdom and understanding. Almost like Father used to talk before he died.
Well, thank you.
But if I didn't think so, I never would have written to you. Never have called off my wedding.
Well, as a matter of fact, that's what I came to talk to you about, Miss Deering. Do you mind if we sit down?
Oh, please, yes. Here you're hurt and I've kept you standing.
Just a little accident. Nothing at all. Yet.
Would you like a pillow or something?
Oh, no, thank you. What bothers me more than any little ache is the advice that I gave you in my column.
The advice you gave me, but every word of it was so true. It cleared up everything.
Well, I felt the same thing at the time also, but after meeting your fiancé, Mr. Murdoch...
You met Jack?
Oh, quite by accident.
He struck you. I know he forced you to come here and see me.
Oh, no, not at all.
Then how were you hurt?
I fell down the stairs. It was an accident.
Forgive me. It's quite obvious that a man like you could never be forced to do anything against his will.
Well, I should hope not. But at any rate, after meeting Mr. Murdoch, I felt it my responsibility to come here and retract my original advice.
Forgive me, Miss Deering. That's what I've been telling her. No one is perfect naturally, but Mr. Murdoch is eligible in every other way.
He has gold mines in Africa, if that's what Tilda means. And I could be sure he wasn't marrying me for my inheritance. But, Mr. Dougal, you've never seen him when he loses his temper.
Miss Deering, have you ever heard of a Dr. Freud?
No.
A young Viennese. He's invented a new science called psychoanalysis. He says that a temper is a perfectly healthy, normal outlet for emotions. It's quite normal.
Mr. Dougal, you know so much.
That's my job.
I'll write to Jack immediately and tell him it's all right again.
Good. And if you have a picture of the two of you, I'll see that it's published in the society page under soon to be betrothed.
Mr. Dougal, what's the matter?
Something happened to my back when I fell. I wonder, would you mind putting one hand on my shoulder and one in the small of my back and pull? Thank you.
Mr. Dougal, you must do something about your back. When you get home tonight, have your wife rub it with liniment.
I'm afraid that's not entirely possible, but I'll have the man at the club do it anyway.
You mean to say that you're not married?
I'm afraid not. It seems that every time I meet a girl that interests me, she's not available. But then that's life. There's always tomorrow, and, well, who knows? I might be as lucky as you and Mr. Murdoch. Now, what about that picture?
I'll get it for you.
All the way back to London, my eyes kept returning to the snapshot that had been given me, and to Murdoch's face. I really hadn't had time to study him when he first came into my office. Everything had happened so fast. But now I had the clinging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. But where? And under what circumstances?
Hello, Dougal. I trust you were successful?
Extremely. And I'm going back with even more confidence to make her change her mind next time. You're not Jack Murdoch, and you don't have any gold mines in Africa. You're Freddie Brill, the racetrack fixer.
Now, whatever gave you that idea?
I used to be a sports writer, for your information, and I remember you very well. You got flung in jail for nearly killing a jockey that double-crossed you. And if you don't think I can prove it, just come down to the library and I'll show you a back issue with your picture in it.
That won't be necessary.
I didn't think it would be. So it's her inheritance you're after, is it?
That's it. And I don't think you'll be telling her.
What are you going to do?
First, I'm going to make you best man at my wedding.
What?
After today, I can't trust you out of my sight. As best man, you have reason for being at my side every minute.
But this is insane.
Secondly, I make you this promise. If Susan should learn of my true identity before we're married, I won't make inquiries as to who told her. I'll assume it was you. And if it's the last thing I do, I'll kill you.
Now, we return to the case of the violent suitor.
I'm always giving out advice myself, but here I am, strangely enough, asking for it. What shall I do? If I expose Murdoch, he'll obviously take his revenge on me. But on the other hand, how can I allow poor Susie to be victimized that way?
I see. So it's Susie, is it?
Well, up until half an hour ago, when I managed to get away from him, Murdoch keeps me handcuffed to his side. And naturally, when he saw Miss Deering, I did also.
Ah, yes, quite naturally.
Well, there's no point in denying it, but she does something strange to me. And I found myself wanting to be the groom instead of the best man.
That may very well happen yet, Mr. Dougal.
But how, with Murdoch still in the picture?
We'll remove him from the picture.
Well, it's simply stated, Holmes. But surely you don't mean to expose Murdoch and risk Mr. Dougal's life?
No, Watson. If any lives are going to be risked, they'll be yours and mine.
Oh.
My plans aren't crystallized yet, Mr. Dougal, but my advice to you is to go back to Mr. Murdoch and continue to be his best man. You'll hear from me very soon.
I'll do anything you say, Mr. Holmes. Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Not at all. Oh, wait. It's all right. I just wanted to make certain that Murdoch wasn't waiting for you outside.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. Good day.
Good day.
Good day.
And how do you propose to help Mr. Dougal?
By removing Murdoch from the picture.
But how?
By proving that he killed Miss Deering's father.
What?
Safely behind bars, Murdoch could neither marry Miss Deering or harm Dougal.
But Miss Deering's father died of a heart attack. He was cycling. You heard it yourself.
My dear Watson, it was made to appear as if he had been bicycling.
Well, now, really, Holmes, you haven't even left the room. How can you say such a thing?
Ah, here it is. I thought I'd kept it. Have a look. When that picture was published in the papers, I showed it to Inspector Lestrade as proof that Oliver Deering was murdered. But the good old inspector, with his usual dim-wittedness, refused to pay any attention to it.
Well, I must say I can't see any signs of murder here.
Notice Deering's coat.
Yes, well?
It's buttoned on the left side.
So?
Have a look at your own.
Well, yes, I see that, but...
It's my theory that Deering was at home in his shirt sleeves when Murdoch struck him a blow on the back of the head that killed him. Then, in an effort to disguise his crime, Murdoch, with the aid of a woman, dressed Deering and deposited him and his bicycle on a lonely stretch of country road. But the mistake had been made of buttoning his coat on the wrong side.
Yes, but look here, just a minute. You've just talked about a woman. What woman?
Well, his accomplice, of course. A woman would be more apt to button Deering's coat on the left side, since it was customary for her to button hers in that way. And talking of coats, I think you'd better take yours. It's going to be chilly in the country tonight.
Well, assuming everything you say is true, what's the motive in killing Deering?
Well, my guess is that Deering found out Murdoch's true identity and prevented him marrying his daughter. And Murdoch, seeing himself losing a fortune, lost his temper again. Come on, Watson. We'll pick up Lestrade on the way.
Right. Take my coat.
What's the matter? I got a twist in my back. Are you still complaining about that?
Don't you talk to him like that.
I'll talk to him any way I choose.
Not around me, Jack Murdoch, you won't.
Tea is served. Nothing like a nice cup of tea to relax everyone. If you don't keep your temper, you'll ruin everything.
It's all right, Tilda.
I'll pour.
Why didn't I think of it? Of course.
Of course what?
The accomplice, it's Tilda.
The housekeeper?
Yes, it would have to be someone normally attached to the house to have been present at the murder. Tilda fits the part perfectly. She would also have to know Murdoch. And from the manner in which she's just been talking to him, that's obvious, too.
Your theory sounds as wild now as it did when you first told it to me.
Lestrade, give me your gun, will you?
What for?
Well, I'm just going to put my theory to the test.
Wait a minute.
Oh, don't worry. I shan't hurt anyone.
What in thunder made you do a thing like this?
No time to explain now. They'll have the staff out and search the grounds. If they find us, the whole plan's ruined. Well, now, where's Lestrade? Lestrade! Shh! Oh, Lestrade!
He was behind us when I lost. Look.
Oh, confound him. If they find him, everything will be ruined. Here, we'd better go and find him ourselves. Lestrade. Lestrade.
Oh, no, Holmes, look.
Well, well, well. Only the good inspector could have managed that. Well, Lestrade, you look like a stranded whale.
What is this thing?
It's a badminton net. Were you running with your eyes shut? Here.
Holmes, listen.
The gardeners, I expect. They're coming this way. We've got to get to the carriage. Come on, Lestrade.
Get me out of this thing.
Oh, there's no time for that. Come on.
I see no item in the entire evening, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, that would prompt laughter.
I'm terribly sorry, Lestrade, but I shall cherish the memory of you thrashing about on that badminton court for years to come.
Wouldn't find it so amusing, Holmes, if it had been you who had torn that confounded net from its moorings.
Lestrade, it was simply a question of going under it after all.
And I haven't forgotten that it was your insane behavior tonight that made it necessary for us to be running at all.
Yes, what were you up to, Holmes? Those shots, I mean.
Yes, I assume there was a purpose.
Oh, a very definite purpose, Lestrade. Those 3 bullets were bait for a trap.
Odd bait, I must say.
I trust it was the perfect bait for our purpose. I only hope that our delayed departure from the Deerings won't make us too late to see the trap sprung.
You mean it wasn't sprung at the Deering?
There were too many people there, Watson. You see, if my theory is correct, then Jack Murdoch's flat should be the place. And I wonder if we can entice this driver to go just a little bit faster. Cabby! Cabby, go as quick as you can.
Not staying long.
What is this? I'm within 2 days of marrying Susan and grabbing a fortune for us.
For yourself, you mean? You never had any intention of sharing it with me.
What are you talking about? £50,000 is yours the day I'm married. Didn't I promise it to you?
Yes, but your circumstances were different then. I saw you kill Mr. Deering, and you got panicky that I would run to the police. But time's gone by, and now you've found a surer and cheaper way to keep me quiet.
What do you mean?
Back at the house before, you had someone try to kill me.
Tilda, I told you, I swear I know nothing about those shots.
You could never make me believe that. There's only one person in this world who would benefit by my death, and that person is you. I'll never feel safe while you're alive.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, miss. Drop that gun. You're under arrest. We heard everything you said.
You were tricked, Tilda. It was the police fired those shots at you.
Well, Mr. Holmes here anyway.
I had a feeling it would stir things up a bit. It's an old adage that partners in crime never trust one another. Get down!
Well, I'll be... I've been practicing my ride ever since I met him.
Ah, well done, my boy. Well done.
You'd better come along too, miss.
I believe I've outgrown the Aunt Lottie label now. I'm going to ask Susan to marry me.
Good for you.
First thing tomorrow morning. It's too late tonight.
Oh, I don't think it's too late.
You don't?
No.
Definitely not. I'll go right now.
Good idea. Well, Holmes, you've solved the mystery and brought two young lovers together. I think I'm going to call you Aunt Lottie.
What? Oh, no, really, Watson. This time you've gone too far.
Yes, that's right. Is that for him?
Yes, sir.
All right, then I'll take it. Thank you.
The Queen Bee, Watson.
Really?
What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you said something.
No.
Oh.
What'd you say?
I didn't say anything.
No, I thought you said something.
No?
No.
You know, Watson, the interesting thing about the queen bee is that she seldom leaves the hive and is generally followed and protected by the other bees.
You just arrived. The messenger said it was for you. What is it?
Well, it's obvious, isn't it?
Yes. Holmes, you never told me.
Told you what? I haven't got one. Or I hadn't until now.
Well, where did this come from?
I don't know. I was in there.
Well, what do we do now?
Well, you're the doctor. Don't you know?
I'm not that kind of a doctor.
Oh, I see. Well, shall we examine the matter a little more closely? Can you, pick it up?
Do you mean, am I strong enough?
No. I mean, do you know how? There's a sort of special way of handling these things, isn't there?
Nothing special about it at all. You just pick it up.
Oh, just pick it up, eh? Oh, well, I'll try. Oh, well. Well, Watson, there's nothing to it at all.
I told you.
He's a good-looking chap, isn't he?
Sing it a lullaby.
What?
Lullaby.
Oh, yes. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. Britons never, never, never will be slaves. He doesn't like that. He's crying.
I can hear him.
Yeah. So what do we do now?
Perhaps he's hungry.
Yes, of course, the poor fellow, he's hungry. Well, make him a cup of tea, Watson.
Babies don't drink tea. They drink milk.
Oh, do they? Oh, well, then make him some milk.
Perhaps that's for Mother. Not the Mother.
What's that?
It's a baby.
So it is. Is it yours?
Certainly not.
Well, he's crying. really? Well, we've been able to deduce that without the aid of Scotland Yard.
Unity, I'll stop him crying.
Oh, yes,
The little mother.
All right, you hold him.
Why, stopped.
So he had stopped.
But he likes you.
Well, I'll be darned.
Oh, no, please, Lestrade. No profanity in front of the child.
Who does it belong to?
It came in a basket.
Babies don't come in baskets, Holmes. They've got to belong to someone.
Well, maybe there's a note. There is. It's addressed to you.
Dear Mr. Holmes, please keep Tony for me. I will contact you as soon as I can. Signed, Madame Henri Durand.
Madame Durand?
Mean anything to you, Lestrade?
Well, yes, that's why I'm here. I wanted to talk to you about him.
You mean her?
No, I mean him.
Him?
No, not him. His father, Dr. Henri Durand.
Dr. Henri Durand. Oh, yes, yes. You mean the young French inventor?
Yes, that's right. This must be his son. Dr. Durand was kidnapped yesterday morning, just as he was leaving the Admiralty.
I didn't read anything about that in the papers.
No, it's been a very well-guarded secret. Hardly anybody knew Dr. Durand was in this country.
Well, then it might be safe to assume for the moment that Madame Durand learned the whereabouts of her husband, went after him, and fearing for the child, sent him here in our safekeeping.
Mm-hmm. Have you any lead at all as to who could possibly have kidnapped Dr. Durand?
Well, at the moment, none at all.
Where are they staying, Lestrade?
At a mansion that the Admiralty loaned them, just off Berkeley Square.
Well, then I think that should be our first call.
Let's go.
No, no, no. Someone has to mind the baby, Watson.
Mind the baby?
Yes.
Me?
Who else?
Well, I don't know. Couldn't we find a nursemaid?
Do you know any nursemaid?
Well, I haven't had much use for one lately.
And I think it would be wiser if no one knew that the child were here for the time being, Watson. Madame Durand obviously had reason to believe that his safety was threatened.
Yeah.
Hey, he's starting to cry.
Yes, we can hear that.
Well, sing him a lullaby.
Rule, Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. Britain!
That doesn't sound like a lullaby to me.
Well, you think of one.
It's been a long time since anybody sang me a lullaby.
Of course, our trouble is with far too many suspects. Every country in the world would like to lay its hands on this invention. Or Dr. Durand.
Tell me, Lestrade, what is the invention exactly?
Well, it's a sort of a ship that sails underwater. I don't understand it myself, but they say that any country that has it would control the seas in the event of war.
I see. Then I presume that Dr. Durand's presence in this country has something to do with his invention.
Oh, more than that.
Hmm?
Yes, his being here is part of a secret naval treaty between France and Britain.
Really? Has anybody ever tried to contact this Dr. Durand before, to your knowledge?
No, not that we know of.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing's a completely blank wall.
When did you return from your errand?
It was about an hour and a half ago, sir.
Where did Madam send you?
To the chemist, sir, to pick out some things for the baby.
How long were you gone?
Half an hour at the most, sir.
Had anyone called on Madame Durand prior to your departure to the chemist?
No, sir. We've had no callers at the house at all today, sir.
Not even a messenger, perhaps?
Ah, yes, sir. There had been a message.
Who delivered it?
A man.
Uniformed?
No, sir. He wore a dark suit and was about 40 years of age.
Did he wait for a reply to his message?
No, sir. He left immediately.
He left immediately?
Yes, sir.
You're quite sure he didn't wait for a reply to his note?
No, sir, he didn't. Is something wrong, sir?
Come, Lestrade.
Where?
Back to Baker Street. We've overlooked the most obvious danger.
Danger to whom? Holmes! Holmes! Holmes, will you please stop long enough to explain why we're racing like this?
Quickly, Lestrade, give me a hand. Carefully now. Get him on the couch.
Blood in his head.
Yes, I know. I've been a fool.
They came in.
I know, Watson. Don't try and talk. I know what happened. I should have known it was going to happen.
Well, what did happen?
Yeah, get his medical case. It's in his room.
Holmes, they struck me on the back of the head.
It's all right, Watson. Don't try to talk.
Got to look. Here. Holmes!
It's all right, Watson. It's all right.
They got him.
Got who?
The child. They've taken the child.
Don't worry, Watson. We'll get him back.
But you don't even know where he is.
That's true, but I know how I can find him, Watson. I know how I can find him.
Turn to the case of the Baker Street nursemaids. The problem was an obvious one. Dr. Durand had been kidnapped, and now his child. There was no question that with his son's and wife's safety threatened, the poor man could be made to divulge the secret that both France and England were trying to guard. Holmes worked with feverish haste for some lead, some clue that would tell us which one of the many possible foreign powers was responsible for this outrage. His only aid was a scrap of paper, the paper that accompanied the child.
Yeah, but how can you be sure, Holmes?
Well, Madame Durand received the note from the messenger, and although she followed its instructions,
she feared for life of her child, so she brought him here. You can see this piece of paper has been torn from a much larger sheet.
And the paper is neither English nor French.
And you expect to be able to tell from all this exactly where the paper was made?
Certainly. Writing paper is almost as distinctive as writing itself. Its contents, method of manufacture and construction differ enormously from country to country. Now, watch this. That's it.
What's it? Yes, what does it mean?
There are only 3 embassies in London who'd use such a paper. It now only remains to investigate each one.
Now, that's the kind of job I can do. I'll have men deployed around each of the embassies. No one will be allowed to enter or leave until...
All right, I'll take it.
Excuse me, Dr. Watson, but I must speak to Mr. Holmes immediately, sir.
Come in. Is that for me?
Yes, sir, it is. It was delivered to the house by the same man as delivered the last message to Madame Durand. He asked me to deliver it to you immediately, sir.
Dear Mr. Holmes, your entrance into this situation was for me an unexpected development. Now that it has occurred, however, I'm certain that you will, by some method, discover the whereabouts of my guests. Any attempt to free them at this time would be for them disastrous. I offer this alternative. When Dr. Durand has given me the information I ask of him, he and his family will be left unharmed. I will leave England immediately thereafter. Their fate now rests in your hands. Count Tenno.
Now we know which one of the 3.
I can surround the house, close off the entire area.
He says he'll kill Dr. Durand if that happens, and I believe he will.
But the man must be an absolute fanatic.
Oh, yes, he is.
What do we do now?
We think.
You delivered the message to the butler?
Yes, Your Excellency. And then, as you instructed, I waited and watched. The butler left the house in a few minutes and proceeded directly to 221B, Baker Street.
Good. Then Holmes has the message. And I believe he's wise enough to know that I'm not bluffing. They will try nothing for the present, but they will attempt to stop us at the border.
Your departure by boat has been arranged, Your Excellency. It will arrive at the appointed place on the coast at 7:30 tomorrow morning.
And we will have Dr. Durand's secret long before then. You may go.
Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson to see you, Your Excellency.
Show them in.
Yes, Your Excellency. Sir Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson.
Come in, gentlemen. Lawrence.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Please inform every man in the house that Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson are here. Tell them that if they should hear this bell, they are to follow exactly the emergency instructions I've given them.
Yes, Your Excellency. Every man will be alerted.
Now, won't you be seated, gentlemen?
Thank you. Tell me, what sort of a trick do you think we try to play on you, Count Tenor?
I could think of a few, but I'm afraid Sherlock Holmes could think of a few more. My men are extremely competent.
I have no doubt they are, Count.
And now, the purpose of your visit, gentlemen?
Simply stated, we wish the safe return of Mr. and Mrs. Durand and their child.
Stated simply enough. To begin with, of course, they are not here. You seem to doubt my word, Dr. Watson.
It would appear so, wouldn't it, Count?
Very clever, Dr. Watson.
Well, it's usually not too difficult to prove a liar a liar.
And now, the purpose of your visit, gentlemen?
To make you an offer, shall we say, Count?
What kind of offer, Mr. Holmes?
A guarantee of safe passage out of England for the safe return of the Durand family.
I believe I can guarantee my own safe passage out of England.
Every port, every exit will be blocked by the authorities.
The authorities would attempt to block every port and exit. But we'll have to wait to see if they can succeed.
The police can always force their way into this house, you know, Count.
And I can pull this bell cord. Dr. Durand will be killed immediately and automatically in either case.
Yes, but what assurance have we that you won't kill Dr. Durand anyway, in order to stop other countries getting his secret?
I'm afraid you will have to wait to see about that too, Dr. Watson.
Then I gather that we can't come to an agreement with you, Count.
I'm surprised at your naivety, Mr. Holmes. You have nothing to offer me. You should have known that. Lawrence! The gentlemen are leaving now. See them out and bolt the door very carefully behind them.
Before we leave, might I ask, just by way of inquiry, of course, if there was any possibility of bribing you? No, that's what I thought.
That's what I thought, too.
Well, that's the first part of the plan. We're in. Before we do anything else, we put that communication cord out of action. That's going to be difficult. If it were easy, I wouldn't be in a cold sweat now.
Oh, I thought I was the only one.
Not a sound.
Next step?
Upstairs.
Not bad, Holmes. Not bad at all. My hand hurts. Oh, well, look, you must keep your wrist stiff and swing from the shoulder.
Wrist stiff and swing from the shoulder, yes?
That's right. Look, I'll show you what I mean. Yes. Now, wrist stiff, swing from the shoulder. You know, you're a little light for this kind of work.
Oh, nonsense, nonsense. It's just a matter of technique.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go upstairs and get a bit more practice.
Yes, let's.
She says the baby needs something to eat. Go ask Lorenz if it's all right.
I'm not supposed to leave my post.
Don't leave it. Call in.
Now, still hurts. I'll show you. All right. Thought you were going to get away with it, didn't you? Just keep your hands up and walk straight ahead. Stop where you are. Turn around and face the room. Put your hands down. Yes, I see what you mean now. Now, fast!
Mr. Holmes, I don't know what to say. We had given up hope.
Well, we did the best we could, Madame Durand.
It was magnificent, gentlemen. My government, and I'm certain yours, will be eternally grateful. You're Dr. Watson, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Gratitude is beyond words at a moment like this.
Holmes. Watson. Is everything all right? Yes, everything's absolutely under control. Thanks to you.
Oh, I didn't do anything.
That's what I mean.
Well, I suppose everybody's quite safe?
Yes, thank you, Lestrade. Everyone, including the youngest member of the family.
Yes. She's hungry, but she's safe.
Oh, well, we can get her something to... Huh?
Yes.
But it's a he.
No, her.
But he, her, the name is Tony, isn't it?
Yes, but she's a she.
I say, Watson, it seems we were entertaining a young lady. Perfect disguise, though, isn't it?
The warmth and gaiety of a successful party, the pleasure of friends amongst friends, the anticipation of new and interesting people to meet. These are the elements of an enjoyable evening. These are often the memorable occasions in life. This is a story that started at a party, gay, joyous, festive. This is a story of a party that ended with fear and horror. It was a cry for help Sherlock Holmes will never forget.
It was a lovely party.
Wonderful party, Janet.
Good night, Russell. No one deserves happiness more than you and Russell.
Thank you, John. Good night. Wish that John were just one half as attentive as Russell. If you ever want to get rid of him, send him to me. Good night, Louisa. Good night. Good night. Oh, I love them all. But is it unkind of me to say that I'm glad we're finally alone?
Not unkind at all.
Just leave everything till tomorrow, Susan. Thank you, madame. Good night. Good night, madame. You've made me very happy this evening, darling. I really am the luckiest woman in the whole world.
Our first anniversary. I wanted you to be happy this year.
It couldn't be any other way with you.
It might have been.
Impossible.
There may be a deep and dark side to my nature.
Of course there is, darling. All interesting men have dark sides to their natures.
Possibly even black.
Almost certainly black.
I'm a murderer.
Of course you are.
More than once.
Innumerable times, I'm sure.
7 times.
And are you going to murder 7 times again?
Once again.
Anyone I know?
You?
Oh, wonderful. And will you give me warning?
I'm giving you warning.
Will you kill me with kindness?
No. Like this.
Russell! Russell, you're hurting me. Russell, whatever came over you?
I told you, madame. Tomorrow, at exactly 9 o'clock, I will strangle you as I have strangled 7 before.
You're serious?
About the art of murder, I am always serious. I've used it as it suited my convenience. Death is my only true friend.
Russell, don't talk like that.
You don't believe me now, my dear. But you'll think about it. You'll come to know and to fear. Then you'll fly to the police and tell them what has happened. They may believe you, they may not. And tomorrow, at exactly 9 o'clock, I will kill you. Good night, madam. Oh, yes. Happy anniversary, my dear.
Suppose you tell us the whole story as it happened. It might be easier that way.
Of course. I'm Mrs. Russell Partridge.
Your husband's the art collector?
That's right.
Ah, he's a wonderful man, your husband. I first had the pleasure of meeting him when we were guarding the French collection that came over. He's a wonderful man.
Everyone says so.
Yes. Now, tell me what's troubling you, Mrs. Partridge. You can rest assured that for your own sake as well as your husband's, Scotland Yard will do everything it possibly can.
It was nothing.
Nothing?
I was mistaken. I can see it now. Probably the result of too much party last night and an overactive imagination.
Well, perhaps you'd care to tell me about it anyway. It may help to dispel any doubts you have.
It isn't necessary, really. I'm sorry to have taken so much of your time, Inspector. I'm sure you're a very busy man.
Mrs. Partridge, I'm very pleased to hear you feel this way now.
What do you mean?
Your husband told me of the incident last night. He was afraid you wouldn't be able to overcome the delusion.
My husband told you?
Yes, he was here this morning.
What did he tell you?
Only that you were suddenly overcome by the idea that he intended to harm you. You're over that now, I see.
My husband told you that?
May I say, Mrs. Partridge, that in my experience here at Scotland Yard, I've met many people who thought for a short time that they were being persecuted. But it passes. Your husband will help you, I'm sure.
I'm sure. Thank you, Inspector.
Well, what do you make of that, sir?
Follow, Wilkins.
Very good, sir.
Yes? Oh.
Is this the flat of Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, Mr. Holmes has just gone downstairs to the tobacconist. Won't you please come in?
Thank you.
Oh, please excuse me. Would you like to sit over here? Would you care for anything? I have some fresh tea made.
No, thank you. You say Mr. Holmes will be right back.
Oh, yes. Oh, forgive me. I'm Dr. Watson.
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Russell Partridge.
Oh, your husband's the art collector?
Yes.
Oh, I met him not long ago. Wonderful man.
Thank you.
Of course, I'm not much an authority on art myself. I just like what I like, you know. But I understand he's one of our leading judges.
Yes, that's true.
Wonderful man. Interesting, too.
Yes. I think perhaps I'd better leave. I was wrong to think that...
What a beautiful day, Watson. Perfectly exquisite. We really must make an effort to get out and about more often and see the beauties that I beg your pardon, madam. I didn't realize we had a guest. May I present Mr. Holmes? This is Mrs. Russell Partridge. Do forgive the exuberance of my entrance, madam. I'm delighted to meet you. Won't you sit down?
I think that
I realize the situation is a delicate one.
How do you know?
Because you didn't wish it to be known that you'd come here. So you left your carriage at the corner of the street and walked.
You saw me?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't. But I observed that the hem of your skirt has picked up a certain amount of dust from the street. And though you undoubtedly came by carriage, because your shoes, which are extremely fashionable ones, were not meant for comfortable walking.
Mr. Holmes, I need your help.
In what way, Mrs. Partridge?
I believe my husband is going to kill me.
Russell Partridge? Why do you believe this, Mrs. Partridge?
He told me he would. Last night.
Why, that's impossible.
I had the same reaction at first, Dr. Watson. It couldn't be true. Not by Russell. As everyone tells me, he's such a wonderful man.
And when did he say he was going to do this?
Tonight, at 9. And then he said something impossible, Mr. Holmes. He said I would be the 8th.
Excuse me.
Hello, Inspector. What do I do for you?
Hello, Dr. Watson. I want to speak to Mrs. Partridge.
How do you know she's here?
I had her followed from Scotland Yard.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry to have to do this, Mrs. Partridge, but I was afraid you might still think you were in danger. I see now that you do.
I'm sorry.
But Lestrade, Mrs. Partridge has just told us that her husband is going to kill her tonight at 9 o'clock.
Mr. Partridge came to the yard this morning to tell me that his wife was going to call on me.
How did he know?
He said you told him you were going to call.
That's not true. I decided to do it this morning. It was 10 o'clock, I remember.
Mrs. Partridge, at 10 o'clock, your husband was still sitting in my office.
Mr. Holmes, I don't understand. I don't understand how Russell knew I would go to see Inspector Lestrade. I swear I never told him. Everything I told you is true, exactly as it happened. Do you believe that?
Excuse me. My name is Partridge. I believe my wife is here?
Yes, indeed she is. Will you come in?
Russell.
I'm sorry I'm late, my dear. I was detained at the gallery. Are you ready to leave?
How did you know I was here?
How did I know you were here?
Yes. How did you know?
But you said you'd be here. You told me to meet you here. Have you forgotten?
I must have forgotten. Excuse me.
Forgive me for interrupting you, gentlemen, and thank you for any consideration you may have shown my wife. Good day.
Good day.
Well, I'd say that young woman was heading for a complete nervous breakdown.
I've seen these delusion cases before.
A very interesting man, and a very distinctive one. When I went down to the tobacconist, I wondered why he was standing at the corner of the street, watching this flat so intently. And now I think I know why. Yes, indeed, a very, very interesting man. Well, Lestrade, there were two incidents in the romantic life of Russell Partridge. In the first case, his fiancée ran off with another man and was never seen again.
She ran off with an American, didn't she?
Was this confirmed or assumed, Lestrade?
Well, I don't know.
And in the other case, he was left at the altar, I believe the expression is.
Yes, that's right.
Was that girl ever heard of again?
She ran off with a South American, I believe.
But really, Holmes, it just isn't logical. If Russell Partridge really intends to kill his wife, he's not going to tell her about it first. That'd be putting a rope round his neck.
Would it be? Do either of you really believe that?
It isn't logical, Holmes.
It isn't usual, Lestrade. But this man is just amusing himself. He's an insane fanatic. And unless you get a warrant out for his arrest, I, for one, won't be responsible.
Now, look here, Holmes. I can't ask for a search warrant every time a man's left at the altar. What would you be looking for anyway?
The evidence of the 7 other murders he told his wife he'd committed.
Holmes, you must understand that, well...
Or the 8th will be on your hands.
Going completely against his own judgment, Lestrade had the search warrant issued, and Scotland Yard entered the Partridge house and searched with the thoroughness and efficiency that only that organization was capable of. From basement to attic, No wall, no object was left without meticulous examination. Holmes directed the entire investigation. I have never seen him so intense, so insistent, and at the end, so completely frustrated. If Partridge was the criminal Holmes believed, there was no question he had won.
Naturally, Mr. Partridge, the yard will assume responsibility for putting things back as they were.
Thank you, Inspector.
I do hope you'll forgive us bursting in like this. It's, Mr. Holmes who...
I understand Mr. Holmes very well. I suppose I'd feel the same way, under the circumstances.
What time is it, Watson?
A few minutes after 7, 5 minutes since you last asked me.
It's there, Watson. It's there. I'll swear it's there.
What's there?
The evidence that Mrs. Partridge isn't lying. That her husband is a murderer. It's in that house somewhere. I'll swear it.
But you've searched all over the house, Holmes. You've measured every inch of it.
I know, Watson, but it is there. I've overlooked something. And unless I can find out what it is, that girl is going to be murdered in 2 hours. He said 9 o'clock.
Even if he intends to murder the girl, he doesn't have to do it on schedule.
But he does. That's part of his disease. That man works like a clock. He tempts the police by having the victim report the murder in advance, and then he has to complete his game by murdering on the moment, the exact moment.
Ah. Now where are you going?
Out.
That I can see, but where?
For a walk. We believe we searched every inch of that house. Now I've got to find the one place that I missed.
Mr. Holmes.
Good evening, Mrs. Partridge. I realize the entrance is somewhat unconventional, but then so are the circumstances. I believe I made the climb unseen.
What are you doing here?
I want to prevent you from doing this.
I can't stay here.
You must.
If I stay here, kill me.
Mrs. Partridge, I know your life is in danger, but if you leave here, I can't guarantee your safety. If you stay and help me, we may yet have a chance.
A chance?
Yes. It's my theory that your husband will try to...
Janet! Hello, my dear. You were so quiet up here, I thought perhaps something was wrong. Are you planning a trip?
No.
Going out, perhaps?
I was. Then I changed my mind.
Why did you change your mind?
Because I think you're lying. You're insane, Russell. But I don't believe you're dangerous. I shall stay here tonight and leave in the morning.
I'm glad you feel like that, Janet. It shows you have great strength of character.
Where did you kill your other 7 victims?
Here, in this house.
How did you dispose of their bodies?
The bodies are still here.
But the police searched the house.
I know. I watched them. Very efficient. Especially with Mr. Holmes to guide them. A very clever man, Mr. Holmes. It was a tremendous temptation not to tell him where to look. It's 8:45. You have 15 minutes. Why don't you run away?
Very well done indeed, Mrs. Partridge. I must apologize for the oversight.
What do we do now?
Now we wait. Only one.
Holmes.
Last, I remember it.
What is it, Mr. Holmes?
For one place I forgot to look. I'm going to step outside now, and I want you to count up to 10, go to the head of the stairs, and then start slowly down. Will you do that for me?
I'll try.
Don't worry. I'll be there. 10 seconds, remember?
I admire your courage, Janet. Aren't you afraid?
No.
I don't believe you. I think you are afraid.
No, I'm not.
The others were afraid.
Don't take that last step.
How did you get in?
The important thing is that I'm here, and that your wife is safe.
And because of your premature revelation of yourself, so am I. I'm sure it is not against the law of England to walk up the stairs in one's own house. Besides, my wife is completely unharmed.
And the other 7, Mr. Partridge?
What other 7, Mr. Holmes? You searched this afternoon. The other 7 exist in my poor wife's sick imagination.
Yes, and in mine, too. I know where they are now.
Really?
What's happened? Get the poker from the fire, Watson. Poker? Yes, the poker. I imagine there is a way of opening your unique coffin, Mr. Partridge. And if not, Dr. Watson here is more than capable of breaking it open.
Oh, good Lord!
The mortal remains of his 7 victims, Watson. Each step a coffin, and each coffin a monument to the most insane killer I have ever met.
Not all Sherlock Holmes's clients were the rich and famous. They came from all walks of life, even the humblest. Indeed, he was more apt to give heed to the humble client, the minor tragedy, because that was the nature of the man, human and understanding.
Yeah, hang it all, Holmes. Let me have a look. After all, I did buy the beastly thing.
Why don't you wait for moving pictures, Watson? Much more interesting, you know.
Pictures that move? Ridiculous.
I'm not being ridiculous. They've already been invented by a Frenchman named Lumiere, and an American Edison seems to have made it quite practical.
Absurd. He'll never get anywhere with them, you'll see. Not commercially anyway. Nobody will be interested. Come in.
It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes, please, sir.
Yes, he is.
I'd like to see him if he'll speak to me, please, sir.
Of course he will.
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'm Dr. Watson.
Mrs. sir. Mrs. Jessie Hooper.
Oh, come now, my dear. It's not as bad as that.
It's Billy, sir. My husband. He's dead.
Oh, my dear. Here, come and sit down and tell us about it. Get a cup of tea, Watson.
They say he hanged himself, sir, 3 days ago in a hotel in Glasgow.
Oh, yes, I remember. William Hooper, a traveling salesman with Whipple Brothers, I believe.
Yes, sir. Brooms and brushes.
He was on his last job for the firm. They were letting him go.
Yes, sir, but Billy would have found another job. He wasn't afraid to work.
Oh, of course he wasn't.
He didn't hang himself, sir. He didn't.
Jessie, I believe you have a baby.
Yes, sir. 6 months old.
Is there any insurance?
Yes, sir, but they say because Billy hanged himself.
The policy won't be paid. Tell me, Jessie, when did you last see Billy?
On the day he went out to Glasgow, on the train. I went out part of the way with him to Doncaster.
To cheer him up, I take it.
Yes, sir. He was so upset about losing his job, about it being his last trip for Whipples.
Yes, of course, I understand. Was he in a more cheerful frame of mind when you left the train at Doncaster?
Oh, yes, sir. We had ever such a jolly time. There was a gentleman in the compartment who was so funny he kept us in stitches. When he laughed, you just couldn't help laughing with him.
I see. Was there anyone who might have benefited by his death?
No, sir. No one at all.
Was he a native of London?
No, sir. He came from Exbar. That's a little village in Cornwall.
I see. Well, I can't promise anything, Mrs. Hooper, but I'll certainly do my best. Now, where can I get in touch with you?
Number 26 Western Lane. And sir, there's something I must tell you.
Yes, Jessie?
I'm not very well off, and what with the expenses of the baby and...
Never mind. There's no fee.
Oh, thank you, sir. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Jessie.
Sir, I don't know how to...
Holmes, how did you know so much about William Hooper?
I read about it in the papers, Watson. One of those domestic tragedies that become buried in the back page. No, thanks.
Flowers, sir. Flowers for your missus.
Got any stinging nettles? you want to kill somebody, you can poison them or shoot them or stab them or push them over a cliff if you like, but you don't hang them. It's too deucedly awkward.
Unless, of course, you want to make it look like suicide. Oh, Watson, be a good fellow, would you, and buy me 15 feet of manila rope before we go up to Glasgow?
Well, we could buy that anyway. Glasgow? You know, Mr. Holmes, I'm only allowing you to see this rope because my cousin, Inspector Lestrade, asked me to. He tells me you've been a wee thing useful to him down there in London from time to time.
Well, that's very kind of you to say so, Inspector McDougal. I'm sure that your cousin would appreciate that.
Well, there it is. Nothing but an ordinary rope. Nothing unusual about it at all.
Well, it's an efficient knot.
Which anyone could have tied.
And you're quite convinced that Billy Hooper hanged himself with it, eh?
Well, he put the rope round his neck, stood in a chair, and then kicked the chair from under him.
But first slinging the rope over a ceiling beam and tying it to a bedpost, eh?
Aye.
Have you examined the rope with the glass, Inspector?
Glass, Mr. Holmes. In Glasgow, we have another use, a more practical use for a glass. To put a wee drop in, you can.
Oh, yes, yes. Then you'll find this glass a wee bit different, Inspector. It helps you to see things more clearly.
Just what am I supposed to see with this?
That the fibers on the rope that were slung over the beam point towards the noose.
Yeah, I can see which way they point, but I can't see the point of them.
Ah, well. You will, Inspector. Now I should like to have a look at Billy Hooper's shoes and the room in which he was supposed to have hanged himself.
Mr. Holmes, I'm beginning to have a great deal of sympathy for my cousin, Inspector Lestrade, to say nothing of the entire London police force.
Morning, sir, morning. Beautiful morning, isn't it? This is the room, gentlemen.
This is the beam, I presume, over which the rope was slung.
And this is the bedpost the laddie tied the rope to.
Interesting.
Just a little routine detection, sir. Why don't you go back to sleep?
Watson, let me have the rope you bought in London, would you?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, would you come and stand under the noose?
Just a minute, Holmes. What are you up to? Mr. Holmes, I'm afraid I can't allow you to hang your friend in my presence.
Oh, very well. I only wanted to make the demonstration as graphic as possible. Would you hold it, Watson? Now, observe the rope, Inspector, passing over the beam as I hoist Watson up.
What is all this in aid of?
Oh, just an experiment, Watson. But I believe you put on a bit of weight, old chap.
This nonsense in aid of.
Let's have a look at the rope. Inspector, observe that part of the rope which passed over the beam. You will note that the fibers point towards the noose. Exactly like the fibers of the rope Hooper was hanged with.
So they do.
But if he had hanged himself by kicking the chair from under him, his body dropping down would have caused the fibers to bend in the opposite direction, away from the noose.
I've got it, Holmes. And because the fibers bend towards the noose, therefore, Hooper must have been pulled upwards.
And since he obviously didn't pull himself up, someone else must have. And that is murder.
Murder? What are you talking about? The late William Hooper, sir. Mr. Holmes here, by a brilliant feat of detection, has just proved conclusively that he was hanged here, in this very room.
Hanged in this very room. Let me go in here.
And this, I presume, is the chair that Hooper stood on.
That's it.
Yeah, there are no scratches on the seat. that there was a nail sticking out of Hooper's right shoe. Further evidence if you require any, Inspector. Ah, fragments of glass. Was there a broken drinking glass found on the floor, Inspector?
No, nothing at all.
Oh, I expect the murderer tied it up after him. But I think that we'll discover that he gave Hooper a drink with a drug in it. Rather difficult to analyze at the moment, but I shall have a look into it. Wasn't there someone in the bed, Watson, when we came in? John Carver, 28 Minute Road, Birmingham. Henry Hampton, 76 Casket. 76 Casket Lane. Do you recall Hampton?
Hampton. Yes, I remember a salesman, I believe. Stayed just the one night, not one of our regulars.
Did you notice anything in particular about him?
No. Yes, he limped. That's right, he limped.
He limped, did he? That will prove useful, thank you.
Aside from the fact that Hooper was murdered, what else do we learn in Glasgow?
Well, Watson, that the man who registered under the fictitious name of Henry Hampton of 76 Casket Lane is the murderer.
Oh, I see. A salesman just happened to be wandering about with a length of manila rope on him.
Yes, of course. Didn't you know? He's a rope salesman.
But hang it all, Holmes, at least 50 people registered at the hotel that night. What makes you pick on this Hampton chap?
Because, my dear fellow, an elementary geographical knowledge of London would tell you that the even numbers in Casket Lane stop in the 60s. Number 76 is obviously a figment of Mr. Hampton's imagination.
I see. But then, if both his name and his address are false, where are we going to start looking for him?
We begin, obviously, with a trip to Exeter, Billy's birthplace in Cornwall.
Now I'll tell you one. About the chap who woke up one morning with an elephant trunk instead of his nose. Began the day by blowing his own trumpet.
Anyway, it's nonsense. The murderer will be the other side of the world by now. And now we return to the case of the Jolly Hangman.
Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Good morning, Jessie. I hope we haven't interrupted your household chores.
Oh, no, sir. Please come in.
Thank you.
So that's the little man, eh?
Yes, sir, that's little Billy.
Oh, I say, Holmes, look at that chest, too. Look at these biceps.
Yes, Watson, and look at that nice high forehead and that well-developed cranium.
Won't you have some tea, sir?
I'm sorry, Jessie, but I'm afraid we won't have time. We've come to ask you a few questions about your husband.
Yes. Please sit down.
Thank you. Dr. Watson and I have just come back from Exeter. It occurred to me that the seeds of what happened in Glasgow were sown in the past. We learned, Jessie, that when Billy was 7 years old, his grandfather was murdered. Did you know that?
No, sir. Billy never told me.
I can understand that. He was a sensitive young man, and he wouldn't want to burden you with a gruesome story.
What happened, sir?
Well, at that time, Billy was living alone with his grandfather on an isolated farm. One night, the old man gave shelter to a stranger. The following morning, Billy's grandfather was found murdered, and Billy was discovered incoherent with fear, hiding in a shed.
The murderer was never identified. The only thing that Billy could tell the police was that the man limped.
Exactly, Watson. However, years passed. The murderer felt comparatively safe. There was only one person in the world who could identify him. The man who once had been that 7-year-old boy.
And he probably thought the little boy'd forget anyway.
But the little boy didn't forget. The memory remained here, dormant for many years, until it was reawakened in Glasgow.
Oh, that window. It's too dark, don't it? Always dropping shut like that. Billy was going to fix it. In Glasgow, sir?
Yes, where he encountered the murderer. The memory began to stir, perhaps awakened by that limp. And the murderer began to realize that sooner or later, Billy would remember and identify him.
Now I understand.
Understand what?
Billy's nightmares. Oh, such frightful ones he'd always have. Moaning something about a hobble.
Of course, a hobble, a limp.
But he could never remember what the nightmares were about.
Did Billy ever mention meeting a man who limped?
No, sir, never.
Then I believe, Watson, we can conclude that Billy had never met the man before the chance encounter in Glasgow.
Oh, I'm sure he hadn't, sir.
So the signs still point to our mysterious Mr. Hampton.
Who's Mr. Hampton, sir?
A gentleman I very much wish to lay my hands on. And I will. You may be sure of that, Jesse.
My feet are killing me. How many more of these companies have we got to see?
Oh, chin up, old chap. Only about a dozen or so.
Well, can't we cover them in a hansom?
What? A hansom cab on a beautiful day like this? Oh, don't be silly.
Good afternoon.
Do you use a colon or a semicolon after, dear sir?
Oh, colon, miss.
Now, come along, Holmes. You know better than that. A semicolon, young lady.
I can't find either.
Tell me, is your sales manager in?
A sales manager? That'd be Mr. Thornton, wouldn't it? Or Mr. Baxter? Yes, Mr. Baxter. Did you have an appointment with him?
No. Must we have one?
I don't know. I'll ask him.
New, I'd say, Holmes.
Yes, a safe deduction, Watson.
You noticed the fingernails unbroken?
Oh, really?
Mr. Baxter says you don't have to have an appointment. He'll see you now.
Ah, thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon. And what may I do for you?
Good afternoon. My name's Dr. Watson, and this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes, eh? Oh, this is an honor. Not here to arrest anyone, though, I hope.
Would it be an imposition to ask for your salesman's itinerary during, let's say, the last few weeks? The cities they've covered?
No sooner asked than done, as the genie said. Oh, must be in the file drawer. Our road chart, you know. Dr. Watson, would you mind getting it? It's in the drawer over there.
Yes, of course I will.
The brown folder. Yes, that's it. Thank you. Now, let's see, shall we? Johnson covered Wales all this month. Harkinson over in Ireland.
Now, quite sure you've had no one in Glasgow?
That's right. Used to go on the road myself, but not any longer. Can't stand the trains. Haven't been in one for years.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And good day to you, sir.
Good day. Come back if you've got any loose ends to tie up. Good afternoon, Mrs. Hooper. You don't remember me, Mr. Baxter.
Oh, yes, of course I do, sir. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
You were the jolly gentleman on the train with Billy and me. Give me your coats.
Oh, thank you. I've come to offer you my deepest sympathy.
Yes, sir.
Oh, a tragedy. He was a fine boy.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there. Come now, little lady. There's always a ray of sunshine somewhere. Ah, there it is. A little bundle of happiness. A joy and blessing for you. You'll always have That's right. You didn't know, did you? I was seated all the time you were in the compartment, wasn't I? Well, just goes to show you, we all have our trials and tribulations.
Yes, sir.
Oh, but here am I, forgetting what I came for. How'd you like a job, little lady, and someone to take care of the baby?
Oh, sir.
Then let's have a cup of tea and talk about it, shall we?
Oh, sir, I don't know how to thank you. I'll do anything.
I'll send you to a secretarial school, and then you'll be my secretary.
Oh, sir, that would be wonderful. You know, I didn't know how I was going to manage.
Oh.
You take sugar, sir?
Huh? Oh, no, thank you. Looking at you is sugar enough for me.
Really?
My friend Sherlock Holmes tells me you've been to see him.
Do you know Sherlock Holmes, sir?
Oh, I should think I do. Always asking my advice, Sherlock is. Can't solve a case without me, he says. He and Dr. Watson went up to Glasgow, you know, inquiring at the hotel where Billy was. And then they went down to Exbar.
How do you know all that, sir?
Oh, Sherlock tells me everything. I suppose you told him that you and Billy met me on the train. And you gave him my name.
I'm afraid I'd forgotten your name, sir.
Had you now? Then you're the only one who knows, eh? Well, wouldn't Sherlock be surprised to find that I'd met Billy on the train? Yes, indeed. Wouldn't he be surprised?
Yes, sir.
Now, drink up your tea, and we'll talk about your new job. Huh?
What is it? On the train coming down from Glasgow.
What about the train?
That's where we heard that laugh.
By Jove, you're right. The man telling jokes in the next compartment.
Oh, I've been a fool.
Why do you suppose he sent you to get that road chart when he could have got it himself?
Well, I suppose I was nearest.
No, because he didn't want us to see that he limped. Don't you understand? He's the jolly man in the train who cheered up Billy and Jessie.
Yeah.
Cabby! Cabby! Here!
Quickly, Watson. We've no time to lose.
I'm right behind you. Baxter's office?
No. Who's the only person who can prove that Baxter met Billy?
Why, Jessie.
Yes, of course. 26 Western Lane, driver and fast. We've got to stop another hanging.
Just sleep. Sleep. Had to go to Sherlock Holmes, eh? Couldn't leave well alone, could you? You're just like your husband in that. He couldn't let sleeping dogs lie either. The way he looked when he saw me walk out of the train at Glasgow. Well, maybe he wouldn't have remembered my limp from that night, and maybe he would. No point in taking chances. I don't believe in taking chances. Mrs. Hooper? Mrs. Hooper! It's Sherlock Holmes. Open the door. Mrs. Hooper!
Jessie, it's Sherlock Holmes. Open the door. Jessie, open the door. All right, Watson, break it down.
It's all right, she's just drugged.
Look, what?
No. Neck broken.
Difficulty.
Or was it?
Well, according to my deductions, I should imagine that someone is at the door.
Oh.
Well, Watson, won't you see who it is?
No, well, I just... All right. How do you do?
Out of my way, imbecile. Ah, here you are.
A most accurate observation.
Don't fool with me, sir. I'll wrap this stick around your head.
I beg your pardon. Do you know who you're talking to?
I most certainly do. An idiot, a liar, and a blackguard. That's who I'm talking to.
Would you care for a cup of tea?
Never mind the cup of tea. Just give me my £100.
Now, look here. Now you've gone too far.
Who are you?
Yes. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Introduce? Mr. Holmes, what tomfoolery is this now?
You know my name, sir. I wish I were equally informed as to yours.
Do you mean to sit there and pretend you don't know who I am?
I not only do not know who you are, sir, but I think I prefer it.
Quite. But this is impossible. Oh, you're pulling my leg?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes is not in the habit of pulling the legs of elderly gentlemen.
Oh, enough of this nonsense. I talked to you here in these very rooms only last week.
Oh, indeed? And what did we talk about?
You know very well what we talked about. I informed you that several attempts had been made on the vault of my home. I asked your advice concerning a safer place for the family jewels, securities, and other valuables.
Oh? And what was my advice?
Don't you remember? You said that thieves never look in the obvious places for valuables. They only look in the places that are not obvious. Therefore, I should put my precious things in an obvious place, which would then become inobvious. Or some such drivel. Anyway, I took your word for it, and you charged me £100, too.
Did I? I take it the advice was not very effective.
Effective? My dear sir, not more than an hour ago, the biscuit jar was ransacked.
Completely ransacked.
Biscuit jar?
I offer you my full sympathies, Mr.
Sir Arthur Treadley.
Oh, Sir Arthur. However, the loss of your valuables represents only one crime in this pattern.
What do you mean?
The first crime committed was a very clever impersonation of myself. For last week, when we presumably were holding our rather unusual discussion, I was in Brighton with Dr. Watson.
Yes, we had sort of a holiday. Gone the entire week. Very enjoyable, eh?
Are you certain?
There can be no doubt, sir.
Then I talked to...
an imposter.
But he looked exactly like you.
It's interesting, eh, Watson?
Yeah. What did I look like?
You were in Brighton. We both were.
Well, this is the most amazing.
It certainly is, sir. I hardly relish the thought of a stranger wearing my slippers and smoking my pipe.
Not to mention the fact that he's traded on your name to achieve his own illegal ends.
Well, I see that I can hardly blame you, but still, something should be done about it.
Something shall be done about it, sir. This imposter must be apprehended.
You should report the matter to the police.
Oh, no, I think you can trust Sherlock Holmes. This Sherlock Holmes.
Good. Here's my card, sir. Please contact me as soon as you've uncovered the scoundrel. I should very much like to meet him, face to face.
Exactly my wish, sir.
Good day, then, gentlemen.
All the nerve, all the impudence breaking in here and pretending to be Sherlock Holmes.
I was thinking about that biscuit jar, Watson. I must say my alter ego certainly had a good deal of audacity.
He's back.
Well, I hardly think so, Watson.
Hello, Inspector.
Ah, Lestrade.
Holmes? Holmes. And the laughing stock of Scotland Yard.
Oh, I am sorry to hear that.
But so you should be. If it hadn't been for you, I'd have had London's cleverest jewel thief in the palm of my hand.
Ah, also London's cleverest impersonator, no doubt.
Huh?
I assume that you are under the impression that I visited you last week and offered you some unsolicited advice, shall we say?
Of course I'm under the impression that... What do you mean, impression?
Well, I'm sorry to disillusion you, Lestrade, but you see, Dr. Watson and I were not in London last week. A gentleman bearing an uncanny resemblance to myself has duped you.
I don't believe it. You just won't admit to an error of judgment. Oh, no, Holmes. I'm not accepting that excuse.
We were in Brighton, and we can prove it.
Ridiculous. You came to my office, and you convinced me to switch my men from watching Carlton's jewelry shop to watching Hammelberg's jewelry shop.
Yes, and naturally, Carlton's was the one that was robbed.
Clean as a whistle. Oh, Holmes. I can't face my men.
Of course not. My dear old friend, my advice to you is to return to your men and inform them that you deliberately exposed Carlton's jewelry shop to the thief. All part of a vast, intricate plan. And don't tell them anything more.
Well, you think that would work, Holmes?
My solemn word.
I'll do that, Holmes. That's just what I'll tell them. They won't be able to make me out, will they?
No. You will continue to be a puzzle to them.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Holmes, thank you. Oh, by the way, you weren't serious about that impersonator, were you?
Quite serious.
Ridiculous.
Holmes, this is getting worse and worse every minute. I dread to hear another knock on the door.
Well, I think our man was busy enough for 1 week, don't you, Watson?
Well, I hope so. Well, what are we going to do now?
Well, to catch an impersonator, it may be necessary to bait the trap with a piece of imitation cheese.
What? I say, Holmes, must we continue with this ridiculous act?
Absolutely essential.
Well, I don't feel very dignified.
Dignity is not the issue, Watson. It is justice and revenge.
How long do we go on for?
Well, until the right man calls on us.
Look here, we've already seen dozens of diplomats and reporters. Are you sure none of them was the right man?
Quite sure, Watson. But I have every confidence our man will call on us before very long. Sooner or later, he must see for himself the fabulous Maharaja of Gandor. And to say nothing of the Maharaja's fortune in jewels.
Well, I wish I was still plain Dr. Watson.
Mr. Hadley Bellingbrook of the London Weekly News desires an audience with the Maharaja.
They will ask him to wait for a moment. That's all right, Watson. Show Mr. Bellingbrook in. I am Afan Turman, the Grand Vizier to the Maharaja. We welcome you.
How do you do?
Please to follow me. The Maharaja of Gandor, Mr. Bellingbrook. Would you state purpose of visit?
Well, I'd like to get an interview with the Maharaja for my newspaper.
Pundri Hai, Iskla, Garibalahira. We grant interview. First question, please.
Well, actually, I wanted to do what we in London call a feature story. Naturally, I know that every newspaper has already covered the fact that the Maharaja is honoring us with a visit. I thought, therefore, that we might have, well, just sort of an informal chat.
Very interesting, very interesting. We grant an informal chat.
Thank you. Oh, Your Highness, the population of London has heard a great deal about your jewels. I wonder, would you tell me what their value is?
You may say for publication that the Maharaja's jewels are worth well in excess of 500,000 pounds.
I see. And would the Maharaja consent to reveal to us just how he protects such a vast fortune?
The Maharaja retains 30 men whose sole task it is to guard the vast wealth.
Very interesting. Yes, but it is not the fear of theft that disturbs the Maharaja. Oh? May I inquire just what it is that disturbs the Maharaja? Mr. Bellingbrook, we are faced with a delicate situation. May we take you in our confidence? Oh, yes, of course. Well, the truth is that the Maharaja's daughter is in love with a young Englishman. I had no idea. Oh, it is all too true, but we are plagued with doubts. Doubts? Yes. We would like to know if the young man is sincere in his affections, or, as you might term it, is he a fortune hunter? So you see, to most men, £500,000 is a fortune. That is a serious problem. Indeed, we would ask you in the greatest confidence if you could recommend to us a private individual who could carry out some discreet investigations into the young man's background and motives, huh? Have you not heard of Sherlock Holmes? Sherlock Holmes? No. The name falls strangely on our ears. I assure you, sir, the man is a master in matters of this nature. And perhaps he is the one we seek. I'm sure he would be delighted to assist you. However, he is quite busy. I can't say exactly when he will be available. Then perhaps, sir, you could manage to have a word with him and persuade him to give us an interview. Indeed, I shall. I will inform you the moment that he's in a position to accept the Maharaja's problem. We will be present when the time comes. You have been of great assistance. Already you have lightened the royal burden. You will find Mr. Holmes most helpful. There is no secret, however intimate its nature, that you cannot entrust to him. Oh, indeed, indeed. As we say in our country, a wise man is a quiet man. Oh, most true. And now, may I ask the Maharaja another question? No, please. The Maharaja is fatigued with the interview. The Maharaja bids you good day. Oh, yes, of course. Your visit has been most pleasing to us. Good day, Mr. Bellingbroke.
May I speak now?
Certainly, Watson. What would you like to say?
Eh? Oh, no, nothing really.
Oh.
Look here, Holmes. Why did you tell that fantastic story, something about a daughter and an Englishman?
Well, you're aware, of course, that Mr. Bellingbroke was not a member of the press.
Oh? Seemed legitimate enough to me.
Hardly. You see, there were no signs of the true journalist about him. The seat of his trouser was not shiny from constant application to a chair, nor were the elbows of his coat shiny from constant application to a desk.
Yeah?
His spectacles were mere props being made of plain glass.
Plain glass? Good Lord, how did you determine that?
But Mr. Bellingbroke is nearsighted. It was quite evident from the manner in which he took those notes that the glasses were no use to him whatsoever.
Oh, I see. All right, then, granted Bellingbroke isn't Bellingbroke. Well, who is he? I mean, he doesn't look very like you, does he?
Well, that's true, Watson. I think we shall learn more about our mysterious friend when he arranges that interview for me with Sherlock Holmes. Yes, I believe he resides at 221B Baker Street. A charming man, too, from what they say.
Cabby? I say, Holmes, you did say we were just going through the motions of leaving the city.
Yeah, correct.
But, well, hey, where are we actually going?
Well, straight back to our rooms at the hotel, where you will get out of your clothes and resume your instant characterization of the Maharaja of Gandor. Charing Cross Station, my good man, and hurry, we have a train to catch.
I wish they wore bowlers.
Yeah, let me help you.
Mr. Bellingbroke has arrived.
Ah, show him in. Maharaja.
Huh?
Ah, Mr. Bellingbroke. We greet you in peace and in hope.
I think your hope is justified.
Then you bring good tidings?
I do. We had a good stroke of luck, and Mr. Holmes awaits you this evening.
Splendid. 8 o'clock would be most convenient for His Highness.
I'm sure that would fit in with Mr. Holmes' schedule.
We are most happy, Sahib. By the by, where does this Mr. Holmes reside?
The address is 221B Baker Street.
Baker Street. Ah, that has something to do with cakes and bread, no doubt.
Yes, it is. But it has nothing to do with it in this case.
Odd name for a street. But, however, we shall be there at the appointed hour. Good day, Mr. Bellingbroke.
Holmes, if this is your idea of a joke, then our friendship is at an end. Not to mention my career with the Yard.
I give you my word, Lestrade, I am utterly serious.
And what could be fairer than that?
I know. It just seems peculiar, this business of sneaking up to your place and arresting Sherlock Holmes.
At 8 o'clock tonight.
But suppose he isn't there. Suppose we burst in, guns drawn, and find the flat empty. How will I face my man?
Rather sheepishly, I should imagine.
Look, Lestrade, the imposter is using our flat because he thinks we've left the city.
Yes, I know.
But it will be a tremendous fillip for you, Lestrade. Your name will be on the lips of every man, woman, and child in London.
Every man, woman, and child, eh, Holmes? All right, I'll do it, Holmes. I'll do what you ask. Wilkins,
Yes, sir.
Have Hennessy and Clybourne report here at 7:30 tonight.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and you'd better be here, too.
Very good, sir.
One thing more, Wilkins. If anything goes wrong tonight, you know with whom the responsibility will lie?
Well, I hardly like to say so. You're in enough difficulty as it is, sir.
It will be necessary to surprise our unwelcome guest.
Of course.
I suggest, therefore, that we gather one by one in the hallway of the house. Watson, you stroll by first and then duck in.
Aye.
Next Lestrade, then Wilkins, and finally myself.
What about Clybourne and Hennessy?
Hennessy, you ought to go around the corner and station yourself at the back of the house. And mind, keep a good lookout. And Clybourne, you remain here and watch the front of the house. Now, is everything understood? Mm-hmm. Good. Then let's be off.
Right.
Good evening. Very good. I must say the resemblance is quite remarkable. It is remarkable, but I should have known better than attempt to deceive you, Mr. Holmes. My error.
I think you'd better come along quietly.
I have no other choice, have I? You quite outnumber me. Fools! You've got the wrong one!
Oh, no, you don't. We've had enough of your tricks.
Lestrade! Watson, he's getting away! Let me up!
Let you up, give you another chance to escape, my likely.
You'll pardon me, gentlemen, but I believe you're sitting on the real Mr. Holmes.
What makes you think so, Wilkins?
Well, if he's the imposter, where is the real Mr. Holmes?
Yes, of course, you idiots. The real Holmes would run away. There should be two of us.
Oh, my goodness, he's right. I'm most terribly sorry, Holmes.
No time for all that now, Watson. Please, come on.
Mr. Holmes, what is it?
Have you seen the imposter?
No, sir.
He got away. Look down the street. Hurry, man.
Don't move. Clybourne, what are you doing?
Why, Mr. Holmes just told me that the imposter... Oh, my goodness.
Where did you see him, Clybourne?
Right at my post. I don't know which direction he took.
Well, he can't have gone very far.
Yeah, what's that, Watson? Why, it's Putty.
Mr. Holmes,
Alfred.
how did you get here so quick?
Alfred, where was I when you last saw me?
Right, down the street quite a way.
And which direction was I going?
Don't you know, sir?
No, that's why I'm asking you. Tell me quickly.
Why, it looked like you was cutting over the red line.
Thank you, Alfred, for your assistance.
I said hello, but you acted like you didn't even know me.
Make yourselves inconspicuous. I'll call you if I need you. Again, Mr. Billingbroke.
I beg your pardon.
Disagreeable stuff, Putty, isn't it? The way it sticks to everything. Your hand at cut. No, I wouldn't advise you to do that. There's no point in trying to run away again. You see, there can be no possible confusion between us this time.
Here he is, Lestrade.
But who is this man?
Well, it's rather difficult to say. Sometimes he is a certain Mr. Bellingbroke, and at others a certain Mr. Sherlock Holmes. But at all times he is a superb master of mimicry and disguise.
Holmes, are you positive? I'd hate to make another mistake, you know.
Have no fear, Lestrade. You will discover on his person the putty with which he remodels the features of his face. And you may also undoubtedly discover that at one time or another, he was a more than competent actor.
But Holmes, I still...
All right, all of you. Now move in. Come on, Tony, we can make a break for it.
Just in the nick of time, Charlie boy. Here, give me the gun. Thank you. Now, won't you sit down opposite your partner?
Aren't you Tony Simmons?
No, I am Sherlock Holmes. And this, in yet another disguise, is Tony Simmons. And this is Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard, Dr. Watson, Sergeant Wilkins, and Officer Clybourne. Now, is everything quite clear?
Wilkins, give me a hand. My head feels quite light.
Time do you make it now, Harry?
I imagine it's about 4.
I know these yard men. Casual they are. He's no doubt sipping his 3rd cup of tea about now.
You know him, Inspector?
Well, if your identification is correct, every police force west of Athens knows him. As far as I know, we're the first ones ever to see what he looked like.
We called the yard, sir. As soon as we saw his name, it's sewn inside the pocket of his jacket. Must be espionage.
Well, how'd that happen?
Accident, sir. Pure and simple. A milk cart. The horse went wild and ran off with the cart. No driver. Charged around this corner here, caught the bloke by surprise.
Well, that's a commonplace end to a romantic career, if you like.
This is all he had in his person, sir. £100, this French coin, and a note.
Note, eh? For a glance at the coin and a cheery good day, the Queen of Lambeth will send you on your way. Arrive 8 a.m. Wednesday. That's this morning.
Any idea what it means, sir?
No.
You have enough time to find out.
There may still be time. 221B Baker Street, and hurry. Of course, we've known for some time at the Yard that there's been a leakage in the Foreign Office. What with Frederick Martinez in England, there must be some connection if only we knew what we had stumbled on. Holmes. Holmes, are you awake?
Barely, Lestrade. It's a ghastly hour, you know.
What on earth can it possibly mean?
Oh, the Queen of Lambeth? Oh, yes, that pearly queen who's there so often with the organ grinder. It merely means to show the coin for identification and receive further instructions from her.
But surely they can't possibly operate in the open like that?
Yes, quite likely, Watson. And a clever way to operate. Right under the noses of Scotland Yard. Well, I must go and dress if I'm to keep my appointment in Lambeth Square. What a ghastly hour.
Holmes arrived in the square at the prescribed time, dropped the coin in the hat and flashed the French coin with the other hand. The woman told Holmes to proceed to Westminster Bridge and there to pick up a cane from a man. Near the centre of the bridge, his instructions took meaning. To avoid suspicion, Holmes drove on, then walked back to the scene. The man was still there, and Holmes approached him cautiously. It was a moment of chance, and it worked.
What good is a cane?
There you are, Lestrade. And done before breakfast, too.
On top of the highest tower of all, you can buy a souvenir with your coin. Tomorrow morning, tell the vendor you have no money smaller than the coin.
On top of the highest tower of all. Do you suppose they're after something in the Tower of London?
It's a little after 8 now, Watson. What's the earliest train to Dover?
Dover?
Yes, of course, Watson. The note. We must be in France tomorrow morning.
France? The highest tower of... You mean the steel tower of Monsieur Eiffel in Paris? Is that what it means, then?
Certainly, Watson. Are you coming with us, Lestrade?
Well, I can't enter France without permission from the Yard. I'll have to consult the superintendent.
We'll meet you at the station in an hour. Now, hurry. If we miss this boat, we miss our appointment.
Go to the surety. The superintendent gave me strict instructions I wasn't to proceed an inch without getting a French detective to work with us.
No, we're already late, Lestrade. We must proceed directly to the tower.
Seems as if we've been traveling for days. Jerking trains, bouncing carriages, that horrible rolling boat.
Well, you're not finished traveling yet, Lestrade, but at least your next move will be in a different direction. Look out of the window.
Holmes, do you think it's necessary for all of us to go?
Well, perhaps you're right, Lestrade. We'll go on up and you keep guard down here.
Souvenir de Paris. Souvenir. Souvenir de Paris. Souvenir. Souvenir de Paris.
Excuse me.
Oui, monsieur, un souvenir?
But I'm afraid I have no change.
Give me the coin.
What about my souvenir?
We've been informed that Martinez was killed. Whoever you are, you're mixing in something that's none of your business. Give me the coin.
Perhaps we should retire to somewhere more private.
This will do. Give it to me. Don't think I won't use this. That coin is worth £500,000 to us, and even more to the government that ordered it. Open it. See if it's the right one.
Ça va.
Monsieur?
No parley, Francie.
You speak English. I wondered if this were yours.
No, I haven't lost anything.
I like a day. Au revoir.
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Lestrade, we've got to search every inch of the ground this side of the tower. There's a chance no one's found it.
What are we looking for, Holmes?
The coin, Lestrade. I have no time to explain now, but I had to throw it down from the tower up there.
Coin? You... Mademoiselle!
Lestrade! Lestrade!
Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle!
A young lady, a girl. She found the coin right here.
Well, where'd she go?
I've no idea. All I know is she's got the coin and we've no case without it.
we return to the case of the Eiffel Tower.
Well, we haven't got a single clue.
Well, keep looking.
There's going to be a lot of trouble if I don't report to the surety soon.
There's no time for that now, Lestrade. You're sure she was a blonde?
Yes, of course she was a blonde. She had nice red cheeks. Very healthy looking. I remember her lips were red, too. Yes, she dressed fancy. Yeah, very fancy.
Well, why in heaven's name didn't you mention that before?
What?
Well, the clothes. A blonde, red cheeks, red lips, obviously who uses rouge. Probably an actress or an entertainer of some kind. Here, Watson, how do you stop this fellow?
Stop him?
Yes, in this language.
Monsieur, pardonnez-moi. Yes.
Right. Hey, Holmes. That's her.
Well, Lestrade, it looks as though we're going to spend an evening in Montmartre. I say, Lestrade, are you sure that's the girl?
Quite sure.
One of these posters. Stay close to them. You get the men together and tell them to be ready. There'll be no tricks this time.
Chaque fleur dit tout bas, papillon et mémoire, apportés par la brise, ce murmure me grise. Si je ferme les yeux, ce concert merveilleux fait revivre un instant mes beaux rêves d'antan. Dans un vaporeux tourbillon, je perds doucement la raison. Ma robe s'envole au rythme langoureux. J'écoute en tremblant ton aveu, j'entends battre plus fort ton cœur, ta lèvre me frôle, je crois au bonheur. Nous valsons dans le bleu, nous chantons tous les deux la chanson sans parole, douce et tendre, un peu folle, la chanson des serments, des baisers enivrants, et je vis jusqu'au jour le beau rêve d'amour.
Lestrade, are you sure that's the girl? Well, I'll send a message to her and ask her for the table. Garçon.
Monsieur. Bien, monsieur.
Holmes, look.
I don't see anything.
Those two men over there near the entrance. They're the two who held us up in the tower.
How'd they get here?
Well, we were so intent on our search, we took no precautions against being followed.
Well, anyway, they couldn't possibly know who's got the coin. Could they, Holmes?
It's doubtful, Watson. They would have acted before if they had. I suggest that we leave here and contact the singer later, when we've given our friends the slip.
Yes. I have taken the trouble of learning your identity. I have a proposition.
Yes?
You tell me where the coin is and I'll pay you £50,000. In addition to your safety, of course.
I'm afraid I've no idea at all where it is.
My offer is generous. You see, I've taken steps to find it in any event. And if you leave without my permission, you'll be taken by my men outside. And there are others in here.
Quite an organization.
You really have no choice, you know.
Perhaps not. We shall want to enjoy our evening. Since, of course, it may be our last.
Well, what are we going to do?
We think, Watson.
Well, got any bobbies or whatever you call them around here?
Not enough.
If only we'd gone to the surety, we might have got some of them along.
Do, Holmes?
Holmes?
Well, first we order another bottle of champagne.
Champagne?
Yes, then we get in a very festive mood and invite a party of girls to the table.
What?
Well, don't look so shocked. That's the only way in which we can encourage the singer to come here and have a word with us. Now, Watson, you see those girls over there? I want you to go and invite them to the table.
Who, me?
Yes, they'll like you, Watson. You blush.
Yes, but I say, Holmes, can girls. Dancers. French dancers. Well, really, Holmes, I mean...
It's our only chance, Watson. For England.
Well... For England. I just don't know what I'm going to write in my report. I don't dare tell the superintendent the real details of this case. C'est pas là.
Won't you join us, mademoiselle?
Seems a little crowded already. Haven't I seen you before somewhere?
Yes, I was the fellow, it was me, you...
Please sit down. Mr. Millimar, I must warn you that your life is in very grave danger.
You're original anyway.
Whatever I say, I want you to smile and pretend that we're just having a perfectly informal chat. You see, we're being watched. No, don't look round now.
Is this some sort of a joke?
I'm afraid it isn't. I believe that you found a coin near the Eiffel Tower this afternoon.
That's where I saw him.
Well, I dropped that coin, and it is of the utmost importance that I get it back, and I'm quite prepared to pay you for it.
Why?
Well, I can't explain now, but that is Inspector Lestrade from Scotland Yard, and that coin is very important to him in the solving of a case.
Scotland Yard?
Yes, it's the same thing as a surety.
I'm not too sure what you're talking about, but if it's the coin you want so badly, I'll give it to you. Here.
Why, that's it. Here, give it to me.
Be careful, Lestrade. Don't forget they're watching.
Well, we've got the coin. They've got us.
Tell me, mademoiselle, how long would it take for the police to get here from headquarters?
The few times they came here, they seemed to come very quickly.
Good. Well, now we send for them.
How? Well, you heard what he said. There's men all over the street.
But not many in here. We'll start a riot.
A what?
Riot.
I see, and the riot brings the police.
Yes, if we can keep it up long enough.
Excuse me, mademoiselle. All my life I've wanted to do something like this, Holmes. But of course at home it was impossible.
They might give us a bottle of champagne.
Holmes. Holmes, how in the name of fortune we're going to get out of this?
Very simply, Lestrade. You must contact the Sûreté and explain the whole situation. After all, you were going to do it in the first place, weren't you?
I don't know how I'm going to explain all this in my report to Scotland Yard. Maybe I can join the Foreign Legion and never go back. That would do it, wouldn't it?
Allez, en route! Allons, allez, avancez là, allons.
Allez, en route, là.
Allez, allez,
Allons,
allez,
passons,
allez,
madame.
allons. Avançons, allez, 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 allez. Allez, où? Allez, avance. Allons, allons.